Okay, it's 7:40, and I'm calling this meeting to order. Mayor Joe DeBella will be here tonight, but not till much later. I will be running the meeting tonight as deputy mayor. And Penny or Helene, can you please read the opening statement and then do the roll call?
Absolutely. Let the minutes reflect that adequate notice of the holding of this workshop meeting of the Howell Township Council was provided for in the following manner. By the posting of a copy of said notice upon the bulletin board in the Township Municipal Building on December 21, 2005. By the faxing of a copy of said notice to the Asbury Park Press, Tri-Town News, and Star Ledger for publication on December 21, 2005. By the filing of a copy of said form of notice in the Township Clerk's office on December 21, 2005. The public will be allowed to attend and will be allowed to participate pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Law. The public is reminded that civility and decorum will be maintained during the meeting. Any contracts awarded at this meeting or between now and the next meeting will be required to comply with the requirements of Public Law 1975, Chapter 127. In accordance with the Fire Prevention Code, be advised that this facility is designed with 3 emergency exits for your safety. The locations are as follows. Upon exiting the meeting room, to the rear, they are to your immediate left and immediate right, and at the front of the meeting room at the left of the dais. Furthermore, smoking is not permitted in the municipal building. Please take note that this meeting is being videotaped for possible future broadcast on Howell Township TV 77. Roll call, Mr. Malavey.
Here.
Mrs. Showmaker.
Present.
Mr. Tabasco.
Present.
Mr. Walsh.
Here.
Mayor DeBella.
Again, he'll be here later. All right, so we have 4 of the members here. Penny, I do understand we have reason to go into executive session. Can you please tell us those reasons and read the statement?
I don't know the reason. Okay.
Penny, your voice got deeper.
Personnel litigation and contractual.
Okay. All right, go ahead and read the proper statement.
Whereas Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 13 of the New Jersey Revised Statutes require that the public shall not be excluded from any meetings of a public body unless a resolution authorizing such exclusion is adopted at a public meeting. Whereas the Township Council of the Township of Howell has determined that such a closed meeting is required to discuss certain matters which are exempted from consideration with the public in attendance under New Jersey Revised Statutes 10:4-12. Now therefore be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Howell that the public shall be excluded from the next portion of this meeting and that the Township Council will reconvene in public session thereafter. Be it further resolved that minutes will be kept of the meeting in closed session and the time and the circumstances under which the discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public cannot be determined at this time.
I need a motion to go into executive.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
I'll take a roll call. Mr. Malavey?
Yes.
Mrs. Showmaker?
Yes.
Mr. Tabasco?
Yes.
Mr. Malavey?
Yes again.
Oh, Mr. Walsh?
I'm his Irish twin, yes.
They do look so much.
Do that again.
All right, it's it's 7:42. We don't expect to be in executive for too long. We should be able to get back out just shortly after 8 o'clock. We'll see you then. Okay, it's exactly 8:30 according to that clock in the back. We're going to resume our meeting. Would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silence and recognition of our dutiful servicemen serving overseas. Okay. All right, we're back to our regular schedule. The summer schedule is over. This is actually the workshop meeting. There will be a public participation meeting next week and a regular meeting the week after. And just in case you have forgotten, at the workshop meeting, we give the reports of officials and go right into some discussion items here at the council level. The public will speak, but get to speak after we actually get a chance to discuss some of these items first. And tonight we're going to start off with the report of officials. And Tom Czernetsky, our manager, is actually over here on the right side, ready to prepare and present a report for us.
Sure. Mr. Deputy Mayor and council members, before I begin, just a quick announcement that the public participation meeting of September 12th is going to be held at the Middle School South, and the public participation meeting of October 10th will be held at Memorial Middle School That was per the request that was made at the last council meeting to move the public participation around the
That's
various
great.
neighborhoods.
So for the public's benefit, for those that don't know, Middle School South is actually in the Ramtown section in town off of Ramtown Greenville Road, and Memorial Middle School is off of Adelphia Road, kind of to the northern part of town.
Right. And just also a reminder that the public hearing on the 2007 Monmouth County Open Space Grant is going to be on the 12th. So that'll also be at the Middle School South.
Okay.
As part of that meeting.
Helene, just assure that all that is on the website as well, so when people go, they know already that to attend those public participation meetings. It's already on. Okay, good.
Okay, Mr. Deputy Mayor, when I was hired here, after about a few weeks, I thought perhaps you mistook me for a traffic engineer, given all the road issues that were coming forth. But clearly, this township is saddled with a number of traffic issues dealing with both moving vehicles around and moving pedestrians around in a safe way, while also protecting quality of life in our neighborhoods. What I wanted to do this evening during my manager's report is highlight some of the issues we've been working on, so at least you have a sense of the progress we've been making and where we want to go and what we're looking at, as well as a review of how we evaluate some of the requests that come to us. Let me first start with, I think, an issue that's important to us all who have children participating in the Pop Warner activities across the street or attending anything in the park like Howell Day or the 4th of July activities. Approximately a year and a half ago, the township submitted a grant in order to do some streetscape improvements along Old Tavern Road. It appeared that that grant wasn't, we weren't going to get that grant. And so in April of this year, we started developing our own concept plans so we can start making the necessary improvements that need to be made to the area. Let me just walk you through what those are. We've been working with the Monmouth County Engineer Department, as this is a county road, to make sure that the improvements we want to make are acceptable to them and ask them to do their share to make improvements as well. Some of the concerns that the county noted, and we were hoping to have a representative of the county engineer's office here, but they could not make it. However, they did work on a presentation for us. Their operational concerns are lack of adequate parking facilities, lack of pedestrian facilities, excessive speed, lack of lighting, lack of advance notice of area and events, and signs that are blocked by overgrown brush. What we did in April is we developed a number of options at the township's expense, although this is a county road, and asked them to consider these through our consulting engineer. So we presented three options with increasing levels of complexity, ranging from paths to textured areas, signage improvements, and even going as far as creating little chicanes in a road. We had a meeting this summer with the county. We presented them with those options, asked them to evaluate them and to come up with things they'd be comfortable us implementing. I would note also that the town appropriated $100,000, I think, in the 2005 budget to start some of these improvements. So the objectives are that we're proposing are new sidewalks, channelizing fencing, and I'll show you what that is, improved crosswalks, improved signage, and new lighting, additional parking, static signage, and improved pavement markings, and again, trimmed vegetation. What the county will do is they'll take care of the signing, upgrade the striping of the road, install additional signs, put light sticks on the posts, which we've already started doing, and trim some of the brush back. And next year, they're going to be resurfacing that part of Old Tavern Road, and they'll be placing something called raised pavement markers in the road. What the township will do, regardless of the improvements we make, we are going to have to provide police presence. The sheer volume of people participating in Pop Warner activities, I will tell you, is beyond simple improvement measures to the area to control. Whether we need to identify a special officer and a budget to handle that, the growth and success of the Pop Warner program and the growth of our community absolutely necessitates a public safety officer at that intersection. We went ahead and installed some sports complex signs asking people to slow down. They told us those were illegal. And we will take them down once the county makes their promised improvements to the area. We're proposing the installation of a sidewalk with protective fencing or an earthen berm, low shrubbery, that concept of channeling. We want to install decorative signs, changeable message board signs, at either end of the sports complex, and if council agrees, we'd like to propose that in the 2007 capital budget, as well as additional parking areas and textured crosswalks, which the county would allow us to do. We would have to enter into an agreement with them, so we would do that before they repave the road next year. We'd enter into an agreement and budget for it, and they'd allow for the installation. So basically what we're proposing is a path on either side of Old Tavern Road, also extending to this parking lot, with additional lighting and benches. On the road side of the path, we'd have bollards with strings and low-planted brush in order to channel people to these crosswalks, which would be decorative. Over here, and over here, we're proposing changeable message board signs. And as the bottom fields develop, we're proposing utilizing this area for additional parking and an additional field. These are some examples of the improvements we're proposing. So this would be the variable message board sign, and we can also use for a variety of other activities and public announcements. This is a sample of the type of path we're looking to install along Old Tavern Road. And in this area that's generally called the Parkway, we would install these bollards, fencing, and decorative street lights. This is an example of the RPM pavement markers. They make a sound as your tires cross them, so it helps channel motorists to stay in their lane. Textured crosswalks, better signage, and additional parking. And I think combined, these improvements will send a message to motorists that, look, this is an important civic space, you better slow down. So our next step is council will be asked to adopt a resolution in support of what the county wants to do, letting them know we want to do the textured crosswalks, letting them know we want to put the bollards in the county right-of-way, as well as the lighting. They are getting ready to do the short-term improvements, and of course they'll include us in the 2007 resurfacing program. And with respect to our own improvements, like I've mentioned, we've already budgeted $100,000, and we've asked that bid documents already start being prepared for the sidewalks. And so that's it for the Old Tavern Road improvements. If council is amenable to this, we'll go ahead and start working on the bid documents aggressively.
Any questions from fellow council members? Start with you, Bob. Any?
Are you hoping this to be a permanent solution when it comes to the Pop Warner field, or a temporary solution?
I think the best we can hope for is that these physical improvements are going to alert motorists, and they're going to channel pedestrians. But I think we are going, short of a new facility for Pop Warner, we are going to need a traffic safety officer out there, just given the sheer volume of people that come there. Whether it's a Class 2 down the road, we're going to have to budget for that. But having stood out there while the officers were crossing the people, I mean, I was really taken by how many kids actually crossed that road. Young kids who see a friend over by the concession stand just start darting across the crosswalks. it's really a challenging situation. It's a growing program, and it grows by large percentages every year. So no, I see this as a way of managing the problem, but it's not an ideal location for such a large volume of people.
You know, because it helped, but it seems like putting a Band-Aid on a broken arm. It's not going to solve.
Now there's also other activities in the park, like 4th of July and Howell Day and other uses. So I think using this path to connect all the parking lots and channel people to a crosswalk will help.
Okay.
Any given Saturday when the soccer's there's 2,000 people walking all over the...
We'll never abandon that park or that area, so these improvements make sense.
You have any questions, Cynthia? Are you okay? Juan?
I'm okay. I like the parking, additional parking, which definitely help out.
So Tom, I think I heard you say that you need something from us tonight, just a little blessing. Here.
Well, the first two steps are to award a bid for the building of the paths. So we'll start working on that. The second step is to authorize, let the county know that the council is supportive of this plan because it involves use of their right-of-ways and for their planning of the road improvements and requesting them to upgrade signage. And the third step is when we come with the capital improvement program for 2007, we would like to include funding for items such as this, the textured crosswalk, and we may not, with the $100,000 that was appropriated, be able to do all these amenities.
I think you got your blessing for the first two things. You had a good talk. We'll start the process anyway.
Okay.
All right, good. Next.
All right. Okay, next. Okay. Next, I'm going to invite Mr. Frank Setti. He's a professional engineer and a traffic engineer with Remington and Vernick, and Jeff Kramer, our Director of Public Works, to come up. Where's Jeff? Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Just to have a seat. Did you want me to stand? Just need a second.
You want to go first, Jeff? You already have to? Okay, Jeff, go first.
So before you speak, just reintroduce yourself again, too, to everybody.
Frank Sini. I'm a
Speaking to the mic, Frank, unfortunately.
My name is Frank Sini. I'm a professional engineer with Remington, Vernick & Vina Engineers, and my expertise is traffic engineering. I've been practicing traffic engineering for the past 16 years.
Hello, Frank.
And my presentation is going to be about some traffic calming measures, and Jeff's presentation is going to be more intricate with some of the current issues surrounding the township and some of the laws acquainted with traffic calming measures. Just give me a second here. This time goes up. Okay, the most important thing with the traffic calming measures is it needs to be the right application for the right problem. You can't throw, there's a tremendous amount of traffic calming measures, and every situation is different. So it's very important that you use the right measure for the right problem you have. And I'm going to go through the various traffic calming measures. There's quite a few of them out there today that are utilized, some successively, some not so successfully, which I've been in situations where they've been put in only to be removed. So it's very important that the right measure has to be with the correct problem in order to solve it properly. There's basically two kinds of traffic calming measures. The first one is a volume reduction. There's various ones that I'll go through, and then a speed reduction, which are various ones I'll go through as well. First one, we'll talk about some of the volume reduction measures, which are basically full closures. They could be cul-de-sacs, dead ends. Again, you're basically restricting traffic to a certain area. There's also half closures we have where maybe half the street is closed to a certain traffic in order to, again, to reduce the traffic volumes. Similarly, with the diagonal closure, diverters, they're also referred to, are utilized. Median barriers have been successful to be utilized as, again, traffic diverters. forced turn islands, things of that nature. Forced turn islands is another traffic reduction measure. They're also referred to as pork chops. And basically, in this maneuver, you're basically just forcing people to make certain maneuvers with an island of some type, either concrete island, or in this case here, you'll have permeable half island, which would be a little more aesthetically pleasing to the residents and people of the community. Speed reduction measures. This is a speed hump, which is not an approved traffic control device. A lot of people perceive this to be. This goes way back to years past where these were put in, and they really weren't a legal traffic control device as defined by the Municipal Traffic Control Device Manual put out by the Federal Highway. So what they've developed is these speed humps, and these are elongated. They're much longer in width. Typically, they're 12 feet in width. They could be longer, but that's the minimum width where you come up 6 feet and 3 inches, and you go back down in 6 feet over 3 inches. So it's much more smoother transition. And here's a typical profiled one. In this case here, this is shown as 7 feet, but it's a parabolic. Again, 3 inches up and 3 inches back down. In this case, it's 7 feet, but you could do them in 12 feet as well. ITE, which is the National Transportation Engineers, that's our Bible. That's the guidelines we have. It's national standards. There's all kind of conferences, and they classify when you could use speed humps. One, they have to be local. Okay, it has to be with a 40-foot, at least a 40-foot pavement width, minimum curve radius. It has to have adequate weight distance. Grades have to be less than 8%. Probably most importantly is the fact that it has to be 30 mile per hour or less roadway. Okay, it can't be anything more. Obviously, you would have some problems with vehicles exceeding that speed going over those humps. There's some wheel-based vehicles as well, and it should not be a primary route for any kind of emergency vehicles or school buses. For obvious reasons, they need to to go a little faster in order to get to their destination for emergency purposes. And probably most important, I'll talk about a little bit more on that, is not only with speed humps, but traffic control measures in general. The rule of thumb is 85% of the people, the residents that have to experience these traffic calming measures need to be on board with it. That's something that's recommended by ITE so that they're put in and everybody is on board with having these measures. Because in some cases, especially with speed humps, they are noisy. They can be noisy, as well as some other traffic control measures. There's some examples of some speed hump profiles shown here. This is a speed table, which is a longer speed hump. They could be in excess of 22 feet. Again, the idea is, again, 6 feet up, and then you'll have a flat area that can be used for pedestrian crosswalk. So you can use this in conjunction with pedestrian crosswalks. And that's the profile, but again, you're 6 foot up on a 3 inch, and then in this case here, it's 10 foot across, which will give you the pedestrian opportunity to traverse the highway. This is another sample. This is kind of a straight flare up, a transition, more so than a power box. It's a different kind of profile. And just samples of vehicles, larger vehicles, in this case a school bus and a vehicle crossing the speed hump. And it shows some of the traffic marking patterns that you may implement with a speed hump. This is, again, the MUTCD suggested signage and pavement markings for the speed hump, which is, again, that's the Federal Highway Manual that governs all traffic controls in the United States. These are some instances of raised intersections. We've had some experience. Actually, we're just constructing one now, and the whole entire intersection is raised. That was actually the speed hump in order to get the vehicles to slow down. This also enhanced pedestrian traffic coming across the intersection as well.
Or fly over.
The flatter area, exactly. Traffic circles are becoming a little more prominent now, and I know in New Jersey, we're in a position where we're getting rid of traffic circles. Yes, we are along the major state highways, but in reality is, if this, again, the right application, traffic circles can be a benefit. We are going back to implementing some of those traffic circles in some local areas, some local roadways. The state of New Jersey is actually looking at some instances off of state highways to implement these traffic circles again. Chicanes, which I think Tom mentioned to a little bit earlier, these are basically curves in a road to get the traffic to slow down. The problem with these, you need a lot of right-of-way in order to get to chicanes in order to meet ASHTO requirements for curvature. Neck downs are something they're referred to at intersections where, again, you're necking it down. It's the idea to get people to slow down once you come to an intersection. You just don't have the comfort level. If you're driving and the road is narrower, the comfort level is not there, so instincts of people is to slow down. Natural instinct of people. A lot of times they're just doing, sometimes even with just traffic striping. If you stripe the roadway to make a 10-foot or 11-foot lane, people don't drive as fast as if it's a wide open, no striping road. People go a lot faster because they feel a little more comfortable. So it's a way to get people to slow down. This is a choker, which is basically the same thing as a pinch point at the intersection. This is just in a straightaway, a mid-block type thing. Islands, again, are something that's implemented. Again, they can be also aesthetically, as in this case here, maybe a gateway into a residential community, again, to slow people down and going into that community. And of course, there's all kind of combined measures that you can have with the traffic calming measures in order to solve your problem. Just some costs based in $2,006.
Could you slide over a little bit, please, just for a moment so I can
Okay.
see it? Thank you.
Obviously, the speed humps are less costly, which is really just an asphalt table. There are some temporary speed humps they make now where you can put them into the ground and see how they work, and then you can remove them later on, which I think the Public Works Director will talk a little more about that. He's got some on hand now. These are the program options, and what this slide really tells us is on spot treatments, if you have a particular problem that's a traffic issue, okay, it's fine if residents come to you and maybe you can fix this problem. It's better to be proactive in the fact that to kind of foresee this problem forthcoming. The one area you don't want to get into is if you have an area-wide problem within a whole entire neighborhood. You don't want to react and throw some speed humps willy-nilly at different locations. You really need to study the whole situation and implement traffic calming measures that's going to support the whole entire neighborhood. A lot of times you put a traffic measure in, like a speed hump, it's only going to divert that problem to another area in that neighborhood. So that's where we're saying it needs to be proactive, which is the best alternative for area-wide treatment. It's very important. Again, community involvement is probably the most important role of any kind of traffic control measure because they're the ones who have to live with it on a daily basis. I can't tell you the situations where we put speed humps in, only 2 years later to have them removed because of the noise problem. So the idea is to get 85% of the people on board with who's going to be living in that area and in that community through petitions, surveys, ballots. Have workshops. Let them bring their ideas to the table, say what they want to see. They can tell you what the problems are going to be out there. They're the ones out there on a daily basis. As a traffic engineer, I'm coming in and looking at something for maybe a week period. I really don't know. The people are living out there. They're the ones who know what's going on a daily basis. They know the problems. We really need to listen to them, have the community participations, and make sure they're on board with it. I can't stress enough, that it's the community's problem. It's the community a lot of times has the actual solutions. We just need to implement them in a positive direction. And implementation process is simple. We identify the problem, do the traffic data collection and accident analysis data. We look at some of the various alternatives. That's where we're having our workshops. We prioritize based on funding. We implement it, install it, and then we monitor it. Okay. In some instances, you might want to just put a temporary traffic control measure in to see how it works, and then remove it later, maybe as a temporary traffic humps or things of that nature. But it's important that we need to really go back and monitor. You just don't want to install and walk away, because some instances, I'll be honest with you, they don't work. It's a great idea, and we think it's going to work, but it just diverts it to somewhere else. So it's important really to monitor it and to try to find an ultimate final solution. And that's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions at all? You want to wait till?
If any of the council members have questions for Frank right now, go ahead and raise them, and then we'll have Jeff come up.
Frank, are there any guidelines that, between the state, the county, and municipality, where you can only do certain things?
The main manual we have is Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, the MUTCD, and that governs for the whole entire United States, and actually, well, just the United States, well, not internationally, but that's the manual for any kind of traffic control device. Whatever listed in that book is the legal traffic control device. The state DOT always refers back to that manual. They have their own design standards regarding roads, but any kind of traffic control device, they refer to this manual. So that's the one. And the counties have to do the same thing, the states have to do the same exact thing. And the municipalities have to really follow the MUTCD. That is the Bible.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from anybody?
I'm okay.
You okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Now it's Jeff's turn.
Good evening. Jeff Kramer, Director of Public Works. Tom has asked me to come here this evening. What I did is took the opportunity to talk with our traffic safety officers, Sergeant McCulloch, and what I'd do is give you a brief presentation. I went to some neighboring towns. I know there's some speed issues. Hampton Road is one that's been brought up prior to my coming on board. So I took a look around to see what neighboring townships are doing. Like I say, there's a whole toolbox of traffic calming techniques. I'm not sure this is the one for us, but I'll let you know. The slides will probably speak for themselves. Take a look at what other neighboring towns have done with similar type situations, and maybe that's something you want to give some consideration to. What I'm concentrating here is on speed humps, which Frank has already talked about, give us the parameters of. The basic parameters, they have to be on a secondary street where there's a very low volume of traffic and where the speed limit is at least no more than 30, preferably 25 miles an hour or slower.
Right.
And the majority of traffic would not be traveling at any much excess of that. Don't want a major connecting route. So they work on very isolated situations, but let me just give you an idea what some other towns have done. There are some pluses and minuses with them. Noise is one factor. You have to remember all the time that the residents that live on that street where you put them in are going to transverse these humps more often than anyone else. They're not a final solution for cut-through traffic. They're one way to calm traffic, but you don't want to put the problem one block over because I think it's just going to become a progressive problem. So I think you have to look at the whole picture. I'll just quickly go through the slides. Brick Township has installed some on some secondary roads. These are the paved ones, parabolic. They're about, I guess, 14, 15 feet in length, 3-inch rise. And they posted them with the speed warning signs. It's another one of Brick Township. This was taken over in Middlesex County, Rocky Hill, on the edge of Somerset County. I don't have the road name, but it's a long, straight thoroughfare. It's posted 25. They put a series of humps in. I think the other photographs will show it better. I think they have about 8 or 10 over the length of probably 3/4 mile long roadway. This is a secondary residential road. These are paved. And they have approximately about a 3 to 4 inch rise and about a 12 to 14 foot span. They only marked, if you go into the traffic codes, there's some gray areas here as far as marking them. Actually, the code says if you have a series of humps, you only have to mark the first one. In this case, in Rocky Hill, they marked the first one with the sign you saw on the previous slide. Each additional one was marked only with the pavement markings and a small reflective marker in the shoulder. Here again, a view down the street. I think they're about 250 feet apart. That's the same roadway all the way down. There's a series of about 8 or 10 of them. This is a small secondary street in Princeton Borough. What they did here is use the landscaping. They cut out the center. It was like about 3-foot section of a secondary road. I think the total width of this street was around 30 feet. So what they've done is basically by landscaping the island, causing traffic to slow down a little bit, and narrowing the lanes to about, I think about 12.5 feet. So it's pretty narrow. You have to kind of slow your vehicle down.
Pinch.
There's another view of the landscape in Princeton, and a reverse view coming back the other direction from the intersection. Cranberry Township in Middlesex County had a cut-through situation. If you were looking into the slide further down, there's a T intersection with a stop sign on the main street in Cranberry. Traffic was cutting over on the last possible left turn to avoid waiting in the traffic, the rush hour traffic, piling up and cutting through a left-hand turn 2-block residential community. And based on complaints, they posted a sign, which is nice, but this needs traffic enforcement. If it's not enforced, then people tend to ignore it. So I don't know how successful Cranberry's been with it, but they did post them at both sides of this street, and I guess for Cranberry it was effective. So there's a lot of tools that can be used.
Colts Neck has that too by 537.
Yeah, I've seen this in some towns, and it seems to be successful. And here again, actual law enforcement there is a big part of it. If it's not enforced, people don't, they tend to ignore it. These Lawrence Township in Mercer County did 60 of the paved speed humps. Here again, they're the parabolic paved, and they took out one on a complaint of noise, but they put a series of 60 in. This roadway here is posted 25 again. It's somewhat similar like Casino Drive, a long, kind of wooded but residential roadway, and they put a series of about 10 or 15 up the street, and then the secondary streets to the left were scattered throughout with a total of 60. And I asked the Director of Public Works, and he said their experience has been pretty good, and they did take one out on a complaint of noise. There's another view. This is a aerial photo of Hampton Road. Based on input from our traffic safety vision for sure first, but what I tried to do is see if there was some possibility if we could use the speed humps. We have, the township purchased 4 of these manufactured rubberized units before I came on board. They provide a 14-foot wide platform with a gradient rising to 3 inches above pavement. They're bolted down on the pavement. I walked the street extensively, measured it off, tried to come up and see if there were some parameters that might fit for its use on Hampton. It appears that Hampton Road is a cut-through. Toward the bottom of the photograph is Princeton Drive comes in, and it funnels a lot of traffic to Salem Hill and then up to Aldrich at the top of the slide. Hampton is a very short street. It's currently posted at 25. It has a rise to it and a curve at the center, so a mid-block use of this would probably be inappropriate because motorists wouldn't have enough warning that there was a undulation in the roadway. So I'm not a traffic expert, but I try to pick what seemed like common sense, using 190 foot from the Darien intersection and 110 foot from the Salem Hill, and putting them in right at the property lines, so hopefully to avoid, well, the biggest problem is you have parking, legal parking on both sides of the street. So to help not conflict with people parking, overflow of cars in front of homes, existing sewer and underground utility lines, and also a possible noise problem, I felt that there would be enough line of sight safety here with demarcation of the signage to possibly provide some type of traffic calming here.
Let me interject for just 1 second. You had said something before that sometimes you'll pass the problem along to another road, and this aerial view, I'm sure the audience can see it. I know the council members can see it, but if you put those speed humps there, it seems likely that people would just go one further block south and head on to Southgate.
Yeah, there's 2 alternate routes there, to the south and to the north. They're more circuitous to the same destination. So it's yeah, that's something that has to give some thought to before they're installed. We don't want to push the problem 1 block over.
Exactly.
But this Hampton Road appears to be the most direct route at this point.
It
Right.
is.
And that's it. So,
Right, thanks. Any other questions from fellow, before you sit down, any other questions from fellow council members? Bobby or?
Now, is this the proposed solution, or what, was this just for information purposes only?
No, as Mr. Kramer said, we have 4 of these temporary plastic rubberized speed humps. We have not done, aside from the recent road closures we've done, we haven't really done much traffic calming in this community. And there's a great deal of outcry asking for it. I think what was conveyed to me anyway this evening was that these issues can't be dealt with in isolation. We can't deal with just Hampton Road. I think what we have to do is deal with that entire neighborhood.
Right.
Council's received testimony from residents on Starlight Road, Princeton Drive, Hampton, and the reason we've focused in on Hampton in this case is it actually does have a lower volume of traffic, and we have not implemented these things before. They are temporary, they are movable, so what we'd like to do is try them, treat it as a pilot project, but Frank was absolutely correct that we have to approach this as a neighborhood issue. I'm absolutely convinced that when a prospective property purchaser comes into a neighborhood and sees reasoned and attractive traffic calming has been implemented, it sends a message that the community cares much more about the pedestrians and the kids playing in the area than it does about being convenient for the car. And I always fall on the side of quality of life in the neighborhoods. So what I think we need to do is something similar to what we did in Freewood Acres Park, where we call the neighborhood together, we lay out the options, we bring in, very importantly, we bring in the fire department and the rescue squads, and we talk about emergency routes where we don't want to put any speed humps, and ask the residents what makes sense for them and what doesn't. But in the meantime, I think implementing these two items on Hampton Road will give us a sense of how this works in our town, where it pushes traffic, what sort of noise it creates, those sort of items.
That's a great idea. If you can write this down, to talk to the Board of Ed and see if we can get Newberry School some night, maybe even in September, which is right in that neighborhood.
And if I may, Councilman Walsh, you mentioned to me earlier this week that you were walking around the neighborhood where we closed off Redwood.
You don't tell Councilman Tabasco that.
All right.
Okay.
Councilman Walsh, I'm sorry. But you indicated that, gee, it might have been doing the sort of polling in the spirit that we did the Freewood Acres Park, where we give options, we ask people to score them individually, we ask them to point out to us where there's real problems, where there's opportunities, and I'm convinced that the solution comes from the ground up. First of all, it rarely comes from, making, knee-jerk solutions and just, plopping down these sort of speed bumps where they may not work. So that ultimately is where I'd like to go. And to answer your question, I see this very much as a temporary thing. Furthermore, I really don't want to see big yellow plastic things on my road. I wouldn't want that, and I don't think it's very attractive.
No.
But it's a start.
So if I hear you clearly, you want to try these temporarily, even ahead of having this little gathering of the community of
Yes.
Newberry School. Okay.
If council's inclined to.
And do they have to be picked up by a certain date because of snow removal?
I've seen them used in other townships on secondary roads and left for snow plowing.
Okay.
The manufacturer is a little silent on this. I think they're manufactured in the south. But I think they can be plowed safely. They're heavy. They're not toys. The fabric is 18 by 36 pieces. They're solid and they're heavy. They probably weigh 7,500 pounds each. They interlock and they're bolted down with 8-inch lag bolts. So
Okay, I was just asking.
I agree. Caution has to be taken. You can't go down and plow the road at 25 miles an hour. Well, I expect that you're not going to either damage your plow or cut up one of the edges and damage it. So.
It's not just a question of some residents, or will not they have to be picked up in the winter
No,
time?
I don't see that as being very fruitful for manpower, taking these up and putting them back. And obviously, new holes that be drilled, they'd have to be moved slightly down the road. So I see if they work in an area and decide that, like I say, they're not paved. We're not spending $3,500 a pop here to pave the road and cut the pavement and do a lot of extensive manpower work. They can be taken up in probably a day. If the residents say, we've had it, they're enough, they don't work, they can be pulled off and dismantled in one day. But I see them as a year-round fixture.
When we do have this meeting at Newberry, it'd be nice to have a definite end date that we can tell the people, hey, we're doing a trial, we'll have them up on this certain date. Whether it's a 2-month trial, a 3-month trial, and then that's the data we can report back to them at another meeting. Cynthia, you have a question?
Just a quick statement. I hear what you're saying about, Mr. Chernicki, having these things in your neighborhood that you wouldn't like to see, the big orange or yellow postings. So maybe what we need to see, unfortunately, the speeding in our community is done by our own residents in most communities. Maybe we need to look at this from a point of view as a planning perspective, in that we need to address this from a planning issue, that when developers do developments such as Candlewood and like our development, but we need to try to implement different ways of traffic patterns or street patterns or aisles, something that's going to give us a long-term slowing effectiveness more so than addressing it as it pops up, because our community has grown so much over the past 10 years, we are now faced with this issue. So I think that we need to look at the big picture down the road, because since I've been here for 6 years, this has been an ongoing, and the police department can tell you how many times, I mean, we've done traffic studies over and over and over. And for definition of secondary road, I was going to ask you to define secondary roads, because it always seems that it's an issue, and I don't put the blame on or criticize any one department or person, but I always feel like we've not been able to really do our job as effective because of one ordinance or law or something that has prohibited us from trying to address the issue at the time. It's almost like we're approaching it as it hits us. And I think what we need to do now is address it, what we have, but for future, we need to try to implement some type of traffic patterns for developments.
That's actually a great point. But before we get off it, I want to ask Tom Gannon a question. Cynthia served on the planning board, as have I, Joe has, but I don't recall in the 2 years that I served on it, us ever actually having traffic calming device discussions, narrowing, pinching, whatever, as part of a site plan application. So is that something that can actually be taken up at the planning board level? Can we send a letter off to the planning board and tell them to recognize that we do have this concern, maybe want to have them consider it in applications, or is recess rules such that we cannot actually force a developer to put traffic calming devices in their plans?
Well, I'll defer to Frank, but legally, providing it doesn't conflict with the RSIS, it complements it. You may be able to implement some design standards within the confines of design standards and traffic calming, but I'm sure Frank can probably add to that.
We've included a number of design standards in the new community design standards, but like we said at adoption, that we can certainly improve that ordinance. We can add to it. I think we have given a clear direction in the design standards that henceforth we're planning for pedestrians as well as cars, and we can build on that.
Even though our community has grown, I still think our community is just that. Our township is a community, and we want to keep that type of atmosphere here. And I do think that in our design standards that we should address that from the beginning in the communities, because we have pockets of communities.
Well, I would ask the council permission to fire off a letter to the planning board, actually, to have this discussion brought up at their level, and since you serve on it, so go ahead and bring it up in person when you're there next, too. So is everybody okay with that, us sending off a letter to council to the planning board?
I'd like to see it before you send it off, Deputy Mayor, but...
Well, I'm not going to send it off. It would be up to Helene or Tom to create the letter and just send it on off. But basically, the premise would be that, hey, we're considering traffic calming devices for all future site plan applications, not just devices, but traffic calming planning, where you have pinched roads, et cetera.
I agree with Councilwoman Schumacher. I mean, as low-key and mellow as I am, I've caught myself in my front yard sometimes screaming at people for going 45, 50 down the block.
So are you okay with this letter going to the planning board?
Absolutely.
Okay. Colin, you're okay?
Mr. Mayor, I will say we have recommended traffic control measures for developments.
Mhm.
It used to be a problem, and the developer has been on board, and we've actually implemented as part of the plan. But obviously, the developer may balk in some instances, but it's merely a recommendation. In 2 cases, we did recommend them, they did put them in, and they have helped the situation.
I'm sure they want to be good neighbors, so yeah, go ahead and file out that letter.
Before we continue, I just want to thank DPW Director Kramer for going out and meeting with a number of other DPW directors who have implemented these to, even get ideas about developing forms that can be used, what to do and what not to do, that the law doesn't speak to. So thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, finally, I'd like to ask the officers from our traffic safety unit to come forth. Sergeants Markulik and Fiore, to discuss the various studies that they've been asked to undertake, and also to generally talk about reducing speeds and what all that entails. Because we get so many of these requests, probably to a council meeting.
Is this one pack or is this one?
Thank you.
Who edited this? Donnie Fredericks? Donnie edited?
You're looking good.
Same deal. Diane Road.
That's right. Traffic Safety Unit was asked to look into Hampton Road, and in doing so, I came up with a Hampton Road statement. And basically, the complaints have been going back several months about the posted speed limit and the volume of vehicles. Residents are also concerned with the increase in motor vehicle crashes that are occurring on the roadway and believe that this is due to excessive speed. March 2006, the Howell Police Traffic Safety Unit conducted a traffic survey, and studies show that this roadway has always been 25 miles per hour. We did a traffic safety survey. We compiled the data, and our findings came that 90% of the vehicles were under 30 miles per hour.
Already on Hampton Road?
Yes. And if we would, on a traffic safety standpoint, I would say that's not really a speeding issue.
No.
And they are getting volume. They're getting about 1,250 vehicles per day. But then again, 90% of your vehicles are still at 30 miles per hour, which I think is pretty good. So in reviewing the presentation, I would say that their observations would be, not valid at this time. I looked into Starlight, Princeton, Darien, and I was able to get a traffic count on Princeton, but unfortunately Darien Road, it didn't work for some reason. I believe my battery was dead at the time, trying to get them all in at one time. Them roadways, definitely their speeds are a little bit higher because they're more straight and they're a little bit wider. Hampton Road is really short. You got a bend in a roadway, and you also have vehicles parking on both sides of the roadways. And regarding to the speed limit, I would say that the 25 mile per hour posted speed limit is appropriate. There was some presentations made reference to closing off Princeton Drive, and going back into some of my files, there has been some recommendations possibly to cul-de-sacking the middle of Princeton Drive.
By the bridge where it goes over the...
By the bridge, on both sides, cul-de-sacking it. It seems like that's where we're getting a lot of extra cars that come through the area. If the township would look into that and they had their, proper engineering survey, then I would say the traffic unit would look into that to see if that was feasible or not. In reference to just closing it down with barricades like we did on Winston Park, I would not recommend that. Reason being is it's a pretty long roadway. If cars decide to go down that road thinking it's a cut-through, now they have to turn around. They'll be turning around in people's driveways or going through them. So I would say, if anything, a cul-de-sac should be looked into. Reference to speed humps on Hampton Road, I personally don't think they're needed. New Jersey DOT doesn't take any stance on the speed humps, and the MUTCD doesn't cover them either. And that's just going to bring liability to the township. On reference to speed humps, the Howell Police Department doesn't recommend using them really anywhere, just because they're not covered in the MUTCD. If it was in there, you'd be covered liability-wise.
What's it not covered in?
The MUTCD, like he said before, that covers all your devices, and if you put a device that's not in that book, you're looking at lawsuits just for vehicle damage, property damage. I mean, any kind of damage that's caused because of them. Somebody skateboarding and they jump and they break their leg, the township could be liable.
Councilman Walsh, it's actually a Bible for the traffic safety officer to abide by. And what it stands for is the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. That's what the MUTCD stands for.
So speed humps are not permissible?
No, they are not. They are not stated in the guidelines. What we're saying to you is, if you're looking at Hampton Road, as a speeding problem, we're telling you the 85th percentile says it's not. Doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to get the one single vehicle, the several single vehicles that may go down that road and go exceed the speed limit. But I would say this to you. You look at any road, I've been a police officer here for almost 25 and a half years. You look at any road in this township. I don't care if it's Hampton Road today, if it's Addison Road tomorrow, if it's Halsey's Corner Road 4 weeks from now, we have a major speeding problem in this township. The problem is, how do you address the problem? When Councilman Walsh says, do you put a Band-Aid on a broken arm? No. That's why we're here to tell you, the way to handle it is, when you have police officers that are predominantly tied up on call volume, they're not out there able to write the tickets that we used to write. When I first came on this department, we never had a speeding problem in this township. People would go around this township to avoid us. Today, it's not like that. I could be on a traffic control device shutting down a highway on Route 33. People go right around a marked police car and the barricades up, and it's simply called respect. People don't respect one another, let alone the police department. So how do you address a problem? My solution would be, I'm overstepping my bounds with the sergeant, but my solution would be to increase the manpower in your police department. When you have a man on a job that years ago was tied up 20 minutes on a domestic violence complaint, is now tied up for 6 hours. If he has firearms involved, he is now tied up with 2 officers for approximately 6 hours. I know the chief of police has asked for additional manpower. I know it's hard to believe that is a requirement, that we need that, but I'm telling you, if we can pay an officer to stand over and guard the children to cross the road, which I think is absolutely necessary, I think police officers are necessary to stop the speeding in this township. All your traffic control devices, yes, they're nice temporary control devices. However, what's the ultimate solution? Is the police officer out there writing tickets, stopping people from doing what they shouldn't be doing, and enforcing the laws. That's the bottom line. We can beat this issue to death, as you all know, and we have. But like I say to you, every time Sergeant Marcourt has to sit in the office, and he gets numerous calls every day. Yes, I'm retiring in April. However, I'm telling you from a police officer that's been here for a long time, we need to get the police department back the way it was 20 years ago. Chief Carter has tried. He's asked for the manpower. I'm asking you. We need to increase the police department to get the manpower levels to where we need to do to enforce these laws on every side street that every resident and every piece of property owner in this township is requested to do so, and we are willing to honor that. And we're here to do it and tell you now tonight, we need additional people to help us create this problem and put a stop to it once and for all. If the police officers can go out and write the tickets, the revenue is there, it will pay for itself.
Good points. We'll take it under consideration next budget period, I guess.
I just want to say, what he said is, he's right. Since we placed a couple extra police officers in traffic safety, we have been out there aggressively enforcing the speed limits and doing the best we can. Unfortunately, the amount of calls that do come into me are, overburdened, and I'm putting it back on them, and now I'm tying them up again, because if I didn't give a job to them, my desk, my paperwork would be sky high, and I wouldn't be able to leave the office. So putting some extra officers maybe in traffic safety or wherever it may be to help us out, would be greatly appreciated. So that's, so far with Hampton Road, I know there's going to be some people that aren't happy, but, this is what we're looking at. We don't think that there's a traffic problem there, and I would tell my officers, by looking at this, well, there's more important roads out there that need to be enforced. 5 miles over the speed limit,
And we don't look at it as prioritizing one road over another, but I believe that once we create the cul-de-sac on Princeton Drive, you're going to eliminate your volume on Darien and Hampton. However, as you all said, Once you move speed humps on Hampton, now it becomes somebody else's problem tomorrow. And that person comes in and complains.
Right.
So in order to stop the volume, yes. If we do something with Princeton, which is the major thoroughfare, that's what seems to be issue. We had contemplated on looking at the Colts Neck issue by General Store, where it says no left turn between such and such a road. However, you know as well as I do, people will not make the left-hand turn there, but they'll go around the block, so now all they do is go straight across. People take the avenue of least resistance.
That's absolutely right.
And the thing is, you push, you push, you push. No, we're not the township that we were 20 years ago. We are greater in volume, and we, as the police officers, have a lot more restrictions upon us that now something that used to take 20 minutes now can take up to 4 hours.
Well, we have this night at Roxbury, Newbury. We'll find out if it really was a speed concern versus a volume concern. It sounds like it's more of a volume concern just from what you're telling us, but we will find that out. And then we'll involve the whole community, inviting them to that night to find out if Princeton Drive being made into a cul-de-sac is really something that the majority wants, and that's a major change. And we're talking about Princeton Drive east of Darien, between Darien and Starlight, not west of Darien, between Darien and the Hampton Road area you're talking about. What you're saying for the cul-de-sac, I mean.
I mean, by doing this study on Hampton Road, I would say our main concern over there would be the stop sign issues, people not stopping for the stop signs. If you were on Salem Hill Road and Hampton, the resident at 14 Salem Hill, his bushes are sky high. I already spoke to him. As soon as this weather clears up, he's going to take care of the bushes and take them down to 2.5 feet so we have a better sight picture. And if the concerns are about their vehicles getting sideswiped by vehicles, then, you know, it is, if you ever driven in the area, it comes to a crest of the hill and it's a little bend, and if vehicles are driving west to east, and vehicles are parked at that crest, can only fit one vehicle, and all of a sudden, here comes a car on top of the hill, and the other one has to move over, and now you have a, you know, minor sideswipe. I would say if that is a concern, and they're worried about their vehicles being sideswiped, we should implement some type of no parking maybe in between signs at the crest of the hill so we could eliminate any vehicles being damaged. That's just a recommendation. I'm also going to request that the stop sign stripes be painted or repainted depending on what their condition is. But at this time, I'm going to advise the police department that we don't believe there's a speed problem. However, periodic checks of the area, reference to the speed violators, and also enforcing the stop sign infractions.
I'd like to ask a question, please.
Sure, go ahead, Bob.
On this Princeton Drive statement, I see that you did some data here showing speed exceeding 45 miles per hour. Why would you show me speed exceeding 45 when up top you told me that the speed limit's 25?
Well, the reason why, that's the way the counter is programmed, so I just went off at, I picked one of the numbers, it was 45, 55, and 65. It's just showing you if there's, what's the excessive speed, what the vehicles are doing. Like I said, the chart for Princeton, I didn't pick it, it was already pre-selected on there. So that was the number that it came up with.
Okay, because I noticed you did a speed exceeding 30 on Hampton,
Right.
and speed exceeding 45 on Princeton. I wanted to
For some reason,
understand reasonings for
I didn't
that.
actually do, my fellow traffic officers did it. I don't know what the settings were at the time. But if you could see the 90% of the vehicles, basically that'll tell you, you know, what they're compliant, the vehicles are compliant. Speeds are a little bit faster because of the length of the roadway.
If I may, Mr. Walsh, in a traffic counter, there is a method in which to stretch the tubing that goes across the roadway. The taunter the tube, the more vibes that get sent back through the machine, which could cause an erroneous reading up to the extent of 80 miles an hour. I did happen to catch the council meeting on TV that indicated about Addison Road. I happened to actually hear that man talk about vehicles traveling in excess of 70 miles an hour on that road. We have traffic hits on that road in the traffic counter indicating 90 miles an hour. There is no way a vehicle is doing 90 miles an hour on that road without me going and responding to a serious motor vehicle accident there. There's no way. I would stake my reputation on that.
Okay.
All right, any more to that report there, Joe?
Just switching over to Princeton Drive, like I said, the speeds were a little bit higher, but we, as a police department, we knew they were a little bit higher just because of the conditions over there. It's been an active RTC for us for 9, 10 years. Officers are out there as often as they can, and since we've generated this RTC, the complaints from the residents have gone down. Even with the speeds the way they are, like I said, the residents haven't been complaining as much, and I know they see the enforcement out there. So maybe that's the reason why they're not calling. But with Princeton Drive, if there was any, decisions on attempting to close that, I would say it would need to be a cul-de-sac instead of just blocking it off. Emergency vehicles need to turn around, buses need to turn around, and cars, just in case they go down, it would need to turn around. And then also, you would have to look in maybe, I know there's a proposed substation for Southern, you would have to look into maybe approving something like that also, just to, closer facilities for emergency vehicles.
That's right.
So,
All right,
just,
so as a discussion item for us at the council level, we know that Tom, and he's not, oh, there he is, wants us to do this trial on Hampton Road. We're hearing from Officer McCulloch here that he doesn't necessarily think it's necessary. Now, we do have these 4 speed humps that it took us forever to get, and I think I heard tonight that it is the officer's recommendations that we actually not use them anywhere, so.
That was based on the MUTCD manual, right?
So do we still want to, are you okay with us doing this test?
The guideline states in it that it can't be 200 feet from an intersection, and I believe,
I gave you the big package.
Yeah, I see that.
I believe the Director of Public Works indicated 190 and 110.
Right, to each corner.
That seems to be a problem from our standpoint, as far as the requirements that they're asking for. If you look at 200 foot from an intersection, you're basically putting the two close together on the roadway, which is solving no purpose. I mean, you know what, the township can do what they want. We agree with that. However, we're just trying to tell you what the manual states and what the legality of it would be. That's what we're trying to come for tonight.
The Deputy Mayor, speaking with the engineer, indicates to me that the MUTCD manual may be, or as likely has been updated to start addressing traffic humps. So, but I think the point is this. From a planning perspective, from a pure quality of life in a neighborhood perspective, traffic is an issue.
Absolutely.
Pedestrianism is something that increasingly adds value to our community. So that is an issue. So we heard from a planning and engineering perspective, and we also heard some, and I want to congratulate Officer Fiore for talking about some of the frustrations and not necessarily being able to respond to do the type of police work they want to do in slowing traffic down.
Right.
And I think perhaps the point of this evening is this, is that it's a complex issue.
Absolutely.
It's a complex problem, and I think we have to approach it in a multifaceted way. But clearly, the residents are telling us that this is a priority. And again, we need to approach it with all the tools that we have at our disposal. From my discussions with the engineers and my understanding of the manuals, provided the setbacks and everything are satisfactory to the police department, my recommendation is that we move forward with seeing how these things work in this neighborhood, seeing if they actually slow traffic down. And it's not necessarily just to address cars. It's to address the people who live in the neighborhood.
Right.
So let's see what effect it has on them as well.
Question, Cynthia? Statement? No? Okay.
So it's your recommendation we put them in?
Yes.
But as an alternative option, what was street number 2 that you thought about putting the speed humps on? That might fit better with the police, as far as their comfort level.
This is the report that we were given by the gentleman who made a presentation. Their focus was on Hampton, and so that's the one we evaluated as and clearly, Princeton and those Starlight and those other roads, the volumes were simply too much for us to experiment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Any more questions from the council? Is that the conclusion of the whole traffic presentation tonight?
Yes.
So there are some takeaways, which I'll just recap a little bit here. First of all, we want this letter to go to the planning board. We're going to have this night at Newbury. The police do think that long-term permanent humps on Hampton Road are not necessary for speed reduction purposes, since people seem to be doing the speed limit anyway. Officer Fiore recommended additional manpower, which of course we'll take up under budget consideration at the end of the year. And I think that was about it for now. And as part of that planning board discussion, of course, would be to have traffic calming measures considered at site applications. All right, we're now going to continue on with the meeting. Next is the consent agenda items. I'll ask all the council people to look through. Are there any additions tonight, Penny?
No. There's just the one action item for the resolution and the motion for us.
Oh, you know what, excuse me, I did have a faux pas there. There's only one official who actually gave a report so far. That was Tom. So we'll continue right on down. Jeff, do you have anything you need to report tonight?
I just have one quick item. There's been a couple questions addressed to me. There is an item on the webpage for a $5.2 million note that we are taking bids on tomorrow. This is a renewal of our note from last year for the Route 9 South Sewer Project, and we are just renewing the note for 1 year, so we're taking bids tomorrow. And there were several questions on that when they saw the postings on the webpage, so I just wanted to explain that. In case there were any more questions.
All right, thank you very much. Tom Gannon, how about you? Do you have anything to report publicly?
I have nothing to report publicly.
Okay. Tom, was there anything else other than traffic measures you wanted to talk about tonight?
No, sir.
All right, Helene? We'll start with you, Bob, continuing on around the corner here.
We have a couple things I'd like to comment on. I'd like everybody to keep their prayers if they could with the Appel family. Alan, who was our District 3 Fire Commissioner, was an ex-fire chief of Southern Fire Company, died at 50 years old 2 weeks ago. He left a wife and 3 children. And just keep them in your prayers. He was a faithful, loyal servant to Howell Township. I knew him personally, a very nice man, and it's a loss for Howell Township losing a gentleman like that at such a young age. So I'd appreciate that if you just would do that.
Very active in our community.
A few other things. I have gone over by Redwood where we've closed the road off, and I've spoken to citizens from the neighborhood on both sides to get a different feel for how they like it being shut down, how their quality of life's being affected positively, negatively, and a lot of different responses, which I'm comfortable with that. I mean, people look at things differently. But overall, they're very happy that something was done. And they appreciated that the council did something after all these years. They said almost consensus of them all was that something should have been done a long time ago. It's been an issue for a long, long time. So a few of them had some other suggestions. I said, we'll come back to the council 6-7 months from now. We've spoken about, let's give this a chance. And we'll see. If the residents of that area want something different tried 6-7 months from now, I'm sure that the council, the mayor would listen. But overall, a very good response, speaking to different people who have their children gone. Some have little ones. It was nice seeing little ones riding a bike on Redwood Road. That was a pleasure. There are some issues with people driving over lawns. As Sergeant McCulloch just said, people turning around in driveways. Somebody drove through them, I believe. They had to put other barriers out in front. But less and less people coming and turning around, and it's overall, I think it's a very positive thing for the community. I would like to know if we can have a meeting with the people from Apostle Acres that are building the development over in Freehold, where the basin's going to be here in Howell. I'd like to know if there's any possibility of us setting up a meeting with the person on the contract to buy the property, the engineer.
You mean on Strickland Road?
Yes.
Where the basin's going.
Because somebody actually called me who's the contract purchaser of the property, and he called me on another issue, and we got to chatting about it. He said he'd be willing to do almost anything the township wanted. I said, well, I'll tell the manager at the meeting on Tuesday night to set up a meeting. with their engineer, with the manager, Mr. Gannon. Let's solve this thing that it's an amicable solution for Howell Township and its residents. So, just thought that'd be a good thing. And I would like us to follow up, anything new on the Challenger League for the special needs kids?
Is that directed to the lead or to,
Okay, who answers?
I spoke to Acting Director Stephen Fletcher of Parks and Recreation, and he was reaching out to the Little Leagues, but let me reach out to him and find out where he's at with that, and I'll get back to you.
Lynn, is your mic on?
Yeah.
Okay, they can't hear you up back, I'm sorry.
I spoke to Stephen Fetcher, who's the acting Parks and Recreation Director. He was reaching out to the various Little Leagues to get it started. I haven't gotten an update, but I'll reach out to him tomorrow and get back to you at the next meeting, where he's at with that.
I'd appreciate that.
I know he had already compiled a list of volunteers that had called the department, but I'll get some more specifics for you for the 12th.
Because some of the parents have been asking me, with school starting tomorrow, I'm sure my phone will be ringing.
Well, you have to remember, it also runs the same season as Little League. So it wouldn't start up until, say, I don't know, April, or May.
If I can get that answer, that'd be
But just to
fine.
let you know, it runs concurrent with the normal, regular Little League season. So they won't be seeing anything happening until the spring.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much.
is that it, Bob?
Yes.
All right, before we continue on around to Cynthia, Bill, you weren't here before when I started at Jeff, so is there anything that you would like to report on tonight?
There's one or two little quick follow-ups. The water company has obviously got an ongoing, the water line that they're installing. That is on schedule. It's scheduled to go till October. I mean,
That's on 547?
Correct.
Okay.
We have a follow-up meeting on Bonham. They're supposed to be done within the next week or two for the soccer fields, Phase 1. The Memorial Drive Road is also on schedule as well. That has had base pavement down, and they're installing the sidewalk, and that's going to be near completion as well, to weather pending. So these are just ongoing projects that have been in the pipeline for some time.
That's all good news, actually. Anything else? All right, thanks.
No, that's it.
And Penny, not to slight you, is there anything that you wanted to report on? Okay.
Can I just have a follow-up question?
Sure.
to Bill, please, if I may? Bill, the road, it's been closed during the daytime, 547. Is there a reason for that? I mean, obviously they're working on the road, but couldn't they work on one side, had one side open and so forth?
Well, I spoke to the county inspectors. I mean, 547 being a county road. We did in our road opening permits, we were specific as to either keeping one lane open and as to the hours. We tried to cut them out at 3 o'clock, so it wouldn't affect rush hour traffic and the like. The county permits allow them to work till 7, and they were doing a lot of directional drilling with some of the environmentally sensitive areas, which is a process that needs a lot of room, and it's a lengthy, something that didn't allow them to have the conveniences that we did. But I did ask at the request of, certain businesses and residents and some of the concerns of township people, and that's what they had explained it to me as.
Some of the local businesses there have really suffered because of it, as you could probably imagine. There's a couple of, several vegetable stands there that basically, if they don't make it in the summer months, they're done for the season.
I've spoken to the same ones you have, and they've said to me, it's a trade-off. They said, if we limit us to, a half a day's worth of work, it's going to take twice as long. So that's how they looked at it. If we can maybe do an extra hour or one less hour, cut them off at 6 o'clock instead of 7, but again, then you're going to stretch the envelope again, too.
Now, because these businesses have been hurt, and these are all small business owners, is there anything that the county, anywhere they can go to the county to see if they can get compensated for revenues lost for the season and so forth?
Again, that's not something that I think I could answer, but I know your frustration. I've been asked the same questions by some of these business owners.
But nothing that you're aware of, that, Mr. C, anything that you can think of?
I'm not aware, but we can inquire.
Could we? I mean, obviously, I just feel awful that this small business people have really suffered this season, and this happened, what, last year or the year before also to them, a couple years ago?
It's their income.
It is their solely income. I mean, we're talking about 3+ months of business and for the year. I would appreciate maybe, Mr. C, if you could just look into that, see if we can get back to some of these business owners there, and perhaps that the county can do something for them.
Will do.
I know after speaking to some of them, I mean, this has created quite a hardship,
Yeah, absolutely.
and it should have been addressed before this point.
That's all I have, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Cynthia, you're up.
My condolences, as Councilman Walsh said, to the Mr. Hale's family. It is very sad to see somebody at such a young age who was very active in our community, who gave a lot of volunteer time. So.
Excuse me, just 1 minute, Cynthia. Let the record reflect that Mayor DeBelle is now here at 9:46.
Next, I would like to acknowledge 2 of our Howell students that won technology awards. Matthew Goldsman, 14, he took 3rd and 4th place at the conference, and also Robert Rubino, both of Howell Middle School South. So I think, one's from high school, I'm sorry. Yeah, Middle School South. So I'd like to, you may want to send kind of a note congratulating those. Do you want that? I can give this to you. Also, I wanted to remind everyone, one of our Howell Township residents, Gary Gelman, Gelman Images, is having a event at Brookdale. The images are a symposium over at Brookdale Community College on the tragic events of September 11th. And it runs from September 6th through September 20th, and he is joined with Veronica Yankowski. In addition to that, I would like to be on the record that the contract, we received 3 contractors' bids for the, what was this for, Jeffrey? The road improvement program contract. And Stavola came in the lowest? Okay, I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention on these bids. Question for Mr. Chernitsky or Mr. Gannon. The Reservoir Woods project, the one that was brought up at the planning board in regards to the vacation of the Casino Drive, the road improvement, or the widening of the road, where I guess Mr. Weiss, who is the attorney for Reservoir Woods, had a concern because he was waiting for the Township Council to either vacate that road, or they did the study, the engineer study at their cost. It's just a long, laborious issue that I, as a council person, was not aware of. I want to know where we are addressing this. This came from Maybrook and Zapsik. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Mr. Gannon?
I'm not that familiar with what happened at the planning board. Was it a condition? Where are they in terms of
what it was
the preliminary and final?
He came from his last extension because he cannot get his map signed to continue his project. And what happens is it changed. If you read, and I did get the minutes, if you read the minutes of what he, only by what he has stated, that things have changed. One condition was met and then something else changed and so on and so forth. But
Councilwoman Schuman, is this something, you raised this a few weeks ago?
At the meeting back in, this was the first meeting in August.
Okay, and you brought it to, okay, there is a memo coming to the council.
Okay, so this is being addressed.
It is a fairly complicated issue as I started looking into it. Now, I recall what the matter is.
Well, because they're on their 3rd extension, and as we were told, that they did not get another extension. It was stated publicly that it was because of the council's lack of addressing this, which was, and I don't know that, but since I was the only seated council that night and I had no knowledge of this, I'm bringing it to you.
Yeah, I did look into it, and there's a lot of different angles to this.
Yes, there's numerous questions.
It'll be filled in shortly.
I would like to know, because this has been discussed from the dais collectively here, on the environmental impact reports, where it's been brought to our attention from the Environmental Commission that we are not always using people that are qualified to do these environmental impact reports. What is it that we need to do as a governing body to enforce this? Bill, you may be able to address this, so that we do have qualified persons. That, I mean, the planning board are laymen there, and you're going by what they come up and they say that qualifies them.
Well, I did read that memo from Environmental Commission, and again, it's almost like Mrs. Smith had said previously, that when they're before the board as a professional, they're sworn in and they give their credentials or qualifications. At that point, the board can either accept or not accept their credentials. But as far as the report itself is concerned, if that's a checklist item for the board, and when the board is, let's say the application and the attachments are being submitted to be deemed complete, if they feel maybe at that point that it's something that's not worthy of accepting, that at that point they could deny it and have it done by someone. Not purely just someone looking at a map and saying, okay, that looks like the soil that may be in the area that they
Right.
physically do the tests. I mean, things to that nature, they could probably review at that point and make sure it's more detailed than exact.
Okay, thank you. I had two, Mr. Cernicki, I sent you I forwarded an email to you from a Mr., I think his name is Piora from Ramtown, asking when the towing ordinance would be addressed publicly. I have tried to email him 3 times, and all 3 times it comes back. Even if I copy and paste his email, there is no phone number or anything for this gentleman, and I think I forwarded it also to you. So I don't know how we could research it, maybe from an address or something, so that he gets some type of answer.
Okay.
Also, I had a phone call from a Mrs. Burnett over in Winston, the Winston Park area, and I believe that I spoke to her about a month ago. She did call again, but the phone number that she left is a disconnected phone number. So I'm going to try to track her down via her address.
We left a message in, did you?
Yeah. Those are the 2 that I couldn't follow up on. All the other ones I did. Last but not least, I have in my hand a copy of a memorandum from our township manager asking us on council meeting protocols. And I, for one, I would like to just take a minute and talk about this. I know that at the beginning of all of our meetings, you do read, I think, Penny, you read it, how we are to conduct ourselves in the decorum of our meetings. However, I think that at some point, we're losing our focus because of not sticking to our agenda, not sticking to being focused on what it is that we're here to do and the items at hand. And I think the lateness of the hour, and I do know that we have a 11 o'clock curfew according to our agenda that is adopted by ordinance. I, for one, am in favor of having some kind of council meeting protocol that we do stick to, that we can conduct ourselves in a manner both on this side and that side, that we can get to the importance of what it is that we do as a council, the time devoted to hearing our citizens and have a mutual respect on both sides of this dais. But I also think that we need to adhere to some issues in that timing, because when we go past the hour of 11 o'clock and we are at that point discussing the business at hand, I for one, cannot stay focused on what it is we want to do, because we've moved so far away from the issues that are important that we lose sight of what we're doing after 11 and 12. So I, for one, would like to see what, I have looked into what other communities do. I have sat in at Colts Neck, I've sat in at Freehold, I've had an opportunity to sit in at Millstone, how other communities conduct their meetings. I don't want it to be just a matter of formality. We don't have a give and take and a rapport with our citizens. That's not what I want. But I do want I want things to change from the way we have, where we're going and where we're coming from. I think that we need to be maybe a little more respectful from all of us. And I'm not saying on one side or the other. And I have to say that I'm going to be adamant that we stick to some type of a time limit in a way of timing that where we close our meetings. I've said on the planning board for 2 different times, we adhere to 11 o'clock. Any business that's after 11, nobody is really focused on what it is that we're talking about, and it's not constructive. So I would like to hear what the remainder of the council has to say in a way of protocol. I think that we need to work on that.
If I may, Cynthia, I totally agree with you. I think that it's long overdue. We have several times touched on this very issue of sticking to the agenda and doing the people's business and the township's business, which is what we were elected to do. And we do deviate from it, and we allow the people to deviate from it from time to time, and we're very open and to the recipient, to the people. However, I just hope that we up here check ourselves and with our comments, the length of our comments and so forth. And a couple weeks ago, what occurred and the exchange that was going on, it was, in my judgment, uncalled for, and I did get frustrated, guys. I'm human, and I was frustrated because I felt that the debate was not about Township's business, and that I do have a problem sticking here until 1 o'clock in the morning to do Township's business after maybe non-township issues are being discussed throughout the day or throughout the night. So I totally support you on that, Cynthia. I think that the memo that came from our township manager, it's warranted. It's something that we should definitely discuss and try to implement. What protocol are we going to adopt? I don't know. That's up for discussion. But we do need to adhere to the agenda and to do the public's business. Because otherwise we are asked to make important decisions that are going to impact the township, after midnight and so forth, and it's just nobody can be thinking straight at that time. Don't forget we do have our regular jobs throughout the day, and we come here, all of us come here from work, and that so our brains kind of tired up after a certain hour. So I would ask the public, and I would ask our fellow council persons to please stick to the agenda. Try to be respectful of each other's times, and again, we have families, and I know a lot of people. I told this to one person about 3 or 4 months ago. I said, we have families and so forth and regular jobs, and his response was, well, you shouldn't have run for office if you couldn't do the time. And it's okay. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. This is why, because of that answer, it's why, unfortunately, it prevents a lot of good people, well-intended people, from getting involved and participating in this process, because of people like that who are very narrow-minded and just not thinking of family values and putting families first. So, Cynthia, if you want to lead this discussion, I totally support you on this. I think this is well overdue.
I'm not going to repeat everything that Cynthia and Juan just said, but I did see the memo from Tom, and I'm totally in agreement. I concur. We need to have that report come back talking about the various council protocols that exist in other towns and how we should run this meeting. I'll just make one very short comment about what happened a few weeks ago. I will tell you that the general attitude of this chamber reflects our leadership, and we're supposed to rise above the fray here at the dais. And I also was very disgusted as to what went on a couple weeks ago. I kind of stayed out of it. We do need to control ourselves and lead. And again, the people out there, if we're going to behave in a certain way, hopefully it's the right way, so they'll mimic that rather than the raucousness that took place 2 weeks ago. We are not supposed to be up here inciting riots, and that's kind of what happened 2 weeks ago. We're supposed to be up here showing leadership. So attitude reflects leadership. Let's reflect a positive attitude for this chamber, one that's productive and does the business of the town.
Productive, that's what it's all about.
Any other comments on that?
I'm all for getting the business of the town done in a timely fashion. 1:30 in the morning voting on important issues. It doesn't cut it. I mean, I didn't have no brain power left. So,
Sorry.
Do you have a quick comment, Mr. Chinesky?
Following the meeting, we were able to locate some best practices that ICMA published, and we're getting our hands on those, and we'll develop a draft where, Robert's rules and state statutes leave off in terms of basically processing the business of the town so that we can get out of here by 11 o'clock, as close as possible.
are we supposed to be under Robert's Rules of Order?
Technically you are, yeah. But
Technically, or?
But, yeah, you're supposed, the ordinance says we operate under Robert's Rules of Order. But what I'm talking about is more, how does council deal with new policy proposals that come from residents? How much time is dedicated to those sort of issues? How do we process public input in a way that's fair? When do we decide that maybe an issue deserves more consideration, maybe at a next meeting? So where statutes and Robert's rules leave off, a number of other communities have adopted these best practices or council procedures for how we get things on the agenda, who we invite to speak, that sort of stuff.
Well, all that wisdom is welcomed. I mean, that's why we did the municipal efficiency audit last year for, all the departments here, so we might as well do that for our good conduct of meetings.
Do you have any other comments, Mrs. Showmaker, under reports?
No.
Mr. Tabasco, do you have any?
Cynthia's done? Yes, I have a few. It's a shame that Officer Markulik and Fiore are actually gone. I actually spoke to Tom Czerniecki about this about a week and a half ago and got to witness this again over the Labor Day weekend here, but there is a huge problem neighbor to neighbor when our rural areas of town connect to newly developed communities, in that both the rural owner and the development owner are entitled to having peaceful enjoyment of their properties, but it's kind of gray, and I'll get very specific now. I was at a party this past weekend where there had to be 50 people at this one house for one of the Labor Day barbecues, and directly across the street was a number of youngsters on ATVs and on motorcycles with their mufflers off, creating such noise that you could barely hear in the backyard while this party was going on. So it's kind of gray, because again, they're both entitled to peaceful enjoyment of their properties, but what's the rule there? I know we have noise ordinances and et cetera, and I'd like to maybe have some discussion about that at an upcoming meeting as to what we might be able to do with regards to that. Second issue, I'll remind our fellow council people here that next Wednesday, not tomorrow, but the following Wednesday, Tom is actually the guest speaker at the Chamber Breakfast at Scooters.
Thanks for reminding me.
So please come, and if any of you folks out there want to see Tom speak again, you're certainly welcome to come to that Chamber Breakfast too.
What time is that?
I believe the Chamber Breakfast at Scooters starts at 7:30, right?
On Wednesday?
Oh, that is after our public participation night, so.
Sleeping on the couch upstairs.
As another note, our planning board chair, Paul Schneider, I think he's actually in the room. Is Paul, are you in the, Paul, please come up to the mic for a second. Paul had sent us a note, which I just saw tonight in one of our packets, that where Colts Neck Crossing is, they're considering putting in a 75-foot buffer along the boulevards, and he wanted us as a council to get back to him as to what we thought about that. So maybe I'll have you explain it maybe in a minute or so. And you'll get our feedback right now.
Good evening, Chairman.
Good evening. Well, I asked Colts Neck to send a copy of their ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, if you may, I think you mentioned the word Colts Neck Crossing. You
Oh,
were
no,
talking
yeah,
Colts
Colts-
Neck
yeah.
Township.
No, Colts Neck Township.
Right. Sorry.
Colts Neck Township has
Sounds
a
indoctrinate for that.
75-foot ordinance from all their roadways.
So it's not just the major boulevard, it's all,
No, it's all their roadways,
okay.
with certain exceptions. And I think it really has to be studied. I wanted a copy to council, to all our professionals, and everybody. I really don't think that we should take the time really now. I think we should digest it, look at it, see the details,
and discuss it probably at a planning board meeting and bring it back to council to look at.
All right, so
It's just, in my thinking, another way to keep the rural atmosphere of
so
the township.
we'll review your document then, and then get you some information back to you, and then you'll get back to us? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Thanks.
What else, Councilman?
And I will say also about Mr. Appel passing at such a young age, and having the major newscast yesterday about Steve Irwin also at a young age, that you never know. So live each day to its fullest, everybody out there, and of course, do right by your loved ones, because you just don't know. Those two gentlemen, both under 50 technically, leaving families behind.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Malave, give any?
I'm going to pass, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I just have a couple of brief comments. Mr. Chernetsky, we have a note here from the New Jersey Legislative Bulletin Updates, and if you've already covered this, I apologize. There are two bills, I guess, that are being looked at in the Assembly and the Legislature regarding shade tree-related issues, and we have a recommendation from the shade tree chairperson for us to take action, hopefully passing a resolution in support of this. Do you know, has your office looked at this, or the other internal department heads?
No, not yet.
Okay. I don't know whether time is of the essence. It doesn't say whether or not these have gone through committee, when they may or may not be posted, but in the event, since it came to us from a committee chair, if we could have the right people take a look at it, I would appreciate it. Just very quickly, and Mrs. Schoenmaker, I'm sorry?
That's on for tonight, I thought.
Is that the one, Mayor, dealing with the licensing?
Yeah, I thought it was.
It was unfortunately only in my packet today, so I have not had an opportunity to review it. It's S 1199 and A 2589. It is, okay. So the right people have looked at it in terms of whether we should be, have our own department heads said this is...
It's on for formal action on the 19th, if...
All right, so we'll have some feedback before the 19th, whether this is...
I believe the Shade Tree Commission chairperson issued a memo in favor of it.
They do. They're in support of it. I just wanted to get any of Mr. Chernetsky's manager's feedback. Just in very quickly, in terms of the meeting decorum, we all need to be able to police ourselves, and I'm going to ask people from the public to attempt to maintain their comments as well. We've kicked around a 5-minute rule. Some people were happy with it, some weren't. We have some people that come to a meeting only once in the entire time they live here, and they get stuck waiting to the end because they got their name on the list last, and at that point, it's not worthy of them to stay there. So I attempted to do this at the last meeting, and as not to take anyone by surprise, I am going to attempt to call on people who have not spoken previously. So if you're a first-time person, I'm going to call on you first. If you've never been here before, I'll put whoever this nice person is on notice. Bill Ransom, are you here? Mr. Ransom, just as an example, not to call out this fine gentleman, but if you haven't spoken before, I'm going to attempt to get to you as early in the process as possible, because there are several people who have the good fortune of being able to be here for many more meetings. And so I had someone come up to me at a meeting not that long ago who said, gee, I sat here the entire time. It's the only time I could ever get here. I don't really have reason to come out. I couldn't stay, and I had to leave. And so isn't there a way that you can try and accelerate this process? So we all have a responsibility to try and just get to what the issue is. When you come up, tell us how we can help you. We're interested in people's comments and feedback. That's why we have the extra meeting. So not to belabor anyone else's points, but it is prior to the campaign season. Let's all just face it. Things happen during campaign season that shouldn't, on all sides. So let's all attempt to leave whatever is political outside of these chambers. And I think if we attempt to do that at this time of the year in particular, it'll make certain we all stay on focus. So that's to everybody involved on all sides of the aisle, no matter whether you're a candidate, you're involved. Let's just put our cards on the table. That has a piece of what happens at these meetings in the fall, and let's do our best to police ourselves. We're all big boys and girls, not to let that happen. Is there anything else, Mr. Chernetsky, under reports that we need to get into?
No, just under discussion, we have, after the agenda, we have review some master plan ordinances.
Okay. Before we're done.
I would recommend, Joe, just so you know, that we've been going almost about an hour 40. Yeah, let's do the consent agenda items and take a break for 2-3 minutes.
That's fine. We'll just go through quickly, workshop the consent agenda items. These are obviously the asterisk marked items. Anyone have any comments or questions for the management team on any of these particular items?
Just hang on for a second.
Sure, everyone can go through it.
Once again, Penny, there was no additions, right? Just what's on our sheets right now?
Correct.
If I may, Mr. Czerniecki, and through you to Mr. Nunziano, I take it 9B2 and 9B3, absent going through the particular correspondence just yet, there is something different between those two items, is that right? Because they're both performance bonds for the same...
Case.
One is for same case, one sewer and one site, so that's the only distinction? Okay.
I think the one item that's of most interest to council is the last one, which would be award of the road improvement program for the coming year, as was previously pointed out.
Do we need to go into regular for that one?
Yes.
All right, so is that the only one we have to go into regular for?
And the motion.
And the motions? Okay, before we do that, Mr. Nunziano, if I may, this includes all the streets we've already ticked off. When will the actual process begin?
Well, after tonight's action and the contracts actually get, now the signatures become, we can start processing the actual contracts. 60 days from notice to proceed is the bottom line. So hopefully by, well, this season, I would hope by mid-November, we could get it done. What I'd like to do is, what we will do is schedule a pre-construction meeting, which will enable us and Stavola to sit down and look at the roads that are going to be paved and what process they want to do. And what I envision doing is putting something, on the website so that the residents can see it that way. And if we wanted to put something in the, on the TV station, whether a list of roads or something that we did similar to the reval stuff so that people can actually see it.
Yeah, I would recommend that we obviously do whatever we can to promote it, and that we also, if it's possible, put a sign up at some of the natural entranceways on any of the streets saying, on such and such a date, it's anticipated that it will be paved with as much notice as possible. I guess it was the county or someone did something with a road closing without any announcement. It happened while we were out of town on vacation. I came back, and there were several emails from people who were pretty unhappy about it, and turned out the township had nothing to do with it, but there was no advance notice at all, and several people were pretty materially inconvenienced. So what's the right lead time to put a sign out to give people fair warning?
Well, the first thing we would have to consider is specifically where the roads are, because when the Stavola comes in, they're going to come in with all their trucks, and I mean, they're going to bang a road out in a day. So it'll be here today, gone later today type of thing. But if you want to say, again, maybe 2 weeks, I would say if we know a month in advance, we put a sign out, within the next 30 days, paving will embark. We could do something to that effect.
So you work on that with Mr. Czerniecki on whatever makes sense, website and any other public notices, so we can over-communicate.
Certainly, yes.
And you think it'll start in November, but will we get through all of the roads on the list, and how do we decide which one we're going to do first?
Well, again, we like to leave that up to the contractor. I mean, assuming there's not roads that are going to have to be closed and detours, I mean, if something can be done in a day and we can do it that way, normally we'll sit down with traffic safety, figure out the most logical route to do that. But sometimes we do have weather considerations where if we have a really bad stretch and everything gets put on hold, we do sometimes have that as a problem. But again, we do put 60 days in the contract, but quite frankly, it's not going to take them, but a week to do everything on this contract.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on the agenda, consent agenda items and motions?
Are these the same roads, the same exact list of what you gave us earlier in the year, Mr. Nunziata?
What we had actually done is, we were not sure if we could afford to do anything with the price of asphalt climbing the way it had, but interestingly enough, it's actually came down in the last month, so we might actually save money.
As gas prices came down?
They use the monthly multiplier for the contract. And when we opened up the bids in August, the index was higher than it currently is now.
Great.
But you haven't taken anything off the list that we were presented?
No, we have not.
Okay. Good. Anything else on these consent agenda items or comments on the motions?
You need a motion.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to go into regular session so we can act on 9B18 and motions 9C1 through 5.
So moved, Mayor.
Second, Mayor.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any remarks? Hearing none, roll call on going into regular, please.
Mr. Malave?
Yes.
Mrs. Showmaker?
Yes.
Mr. Tabasco?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes. Motion, please, to act specifically on 9B18, 9C1 through 5.
So moved, Mayor.
We have a motion, we need a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any remarks? Hearing no remarks, roll call, please.
Mr. Malave?
Yes.
Mrs. Showmaker?
Yes.
Mr. Tabasco?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at approximately 10:25.
You want to come out of regular first, or?
To call the meeting back to order. I would first ask for a motion to close regular session, please.
So moved, Mayor.
Second. Motion and a second. Any remarks? Hearing none, this is a roll call to close regular session, please.
Mr. Malave?
Yes.
Mrs. Showmaker?
Yes.
Mr. Tabasco?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Mayor DeBella?
Yes. All right, call the council's attention to Article 10 on the agenda. This is under discussion, master plan implementation. There are 3 particular items. 10-1 is a discussion on age-restricted housing. 10-2 is highway development districts. And 10-3 is signs. Mr. Chernetsky, after that, is there any additional business?
No, sir.
That's it. Okay. We're going to turn the meeting over to our planner, Mr. Newcomb.
Can you see when I find, where do I have
If you
to
speak in
stand?
this mic, we could
If I
see.
stand in this
We don't
one?
have a
Yeah.
cordless one for him?
Is that one on?
If he stands there, we can all
Whoops.
see.
Yeah, I can see fine if you're there.
Okay.
Maybe Juan can't see.
I can move over here. Okay, this is on, everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Take it away, Mr. Newcomb.
As we talked about at the last meeting that I was at, we were going to pretty much talk about this evening, age-restricted housing as recommended by the planning board to you, the changes in the highway development districts that are somewhat hinged to the age-restricted issue. And then one of what I consider more easy things to do is change the sign provisions and putting them, basically moving them from Chapter 254 of the Township Code to the Land Development Code, which is Chapter 118. The Planning Board was, in its reexamination report, determined to explore the options of age-restricted housing as one of its recommendations, in terms of re-examining the master plan. It also was charged with at the direction of council, the evaluation of a council commissioned report on the future demand of age-restricted housing. As this table kind of indicates, there's a pretty significant increase in the age group of 35 to 64, some 110 million people nationally, and as years go on, that cohort kind of accelerates. So there's pretty significant demand in that cohort. And as you can see from this slide, Monmouth County is increasing in terms of its percentage of population 65 years and older, between 12.4 to 14.3% on an annual on an annual basis.
Is that a year? That it's going up 2% a year? Is that what you're saying to me?
No.
Tom, help me.
Just, there you go.
That's over a decade.
What that slide shows is the 2002 neighborhood surveys that the census does, and what it indicates is that the percentage of the population in Monmouth County over 65 years of age is above the national average.
Right.
So that's not a growth rate, that's just the existing rate based on the latest census data.
Which would be the year 2000.
Actually, they did a neighborhood
Is that the
update.
estimates?
Right, estimates for 2002.
I think the shaded color just means that's the range.
Right.
Of the percentile range that Monmouth County falls in.
Right.
Monmouth County falls in 12.4 to 14.3 range.
Right, and like what Tom's pointing out is the national rate is 12.4.
Right.
And that's exactly what Monmouth County is kind of just slightly above, you know, that rate of increase in terms of that age group. And again, this is 65 and over, and when we talk about age restricted, we're really talking about, you know, an age group that's 55 and over.
Very specific to your question, though, Bob, that actually doesn't give an exact percentage. We just know that we fall somewhere in that range.
That range.
That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
The findings of the study that the commission basically pretty much commissioned to Remington, Remington,
And
Vernick, and Vina, its findings were that the township's population 55 years of age and older was expected to increase substantially over the next 25 years. The residents are presently at a competitive disadvantage to residents outside of the township in terms of affordability of and the ease of entry into newly constructed age-restricted developments in the area, and that's largely in terms of the advertisement, things of that nature that are done in terms of these projects in Jackson Township, other townships, that surround us. Age-restricted communities and commercial development can be expected to have a positive fiscal impact to the township. Municipal fiscal benefits would be substantial for non-residential development than it can be for development of age-restricted project communities. But however, the non-residential development can be expected to be more land consumptive than age-restricted residential development and have more negative impacts on existing infrastructure and traffic and things of that nature. From their study, they projected a demand of 3,226 age-restricted housing units needed in the township by the year 2025. All right, that's cumulative over, basically that period of time. And Bob, you have a question, I can see it right.
Is that over what we currently have now, or in addition to?
I think it's addition to. In other words, so that, for example, the Crawford's Holding, that project would be included in this number.
Yeah, it wasn't, the Crawford Holdings number was not even in existence when this data was presented to us.
Right.
So what we have at Crawford's Holding and any other is going to roll into that number over that period of, 19 years.
Right. Now, and also okay, I'll move on. And then their last finding was that they found that smaller projects ranging in the 200 to 300 unit would basically be more inclined to draw buyers from a smaller radius versus a larger project, and in essence would target then more of the residents of the township versus than drawing them than a much larger project, say 1,000 units or more, probably would require a higher or much larger radius in terms of advertising, things of that nature to draw. So that they were in essence the findings that the board basically looked at. Now the planning board developed its own framework from that study and from its own other research and discussions it had with developers who were in the age-restricted market. First of all, no age-restricted zone would be created, but age-restricted housing would be established as an option within an existing zone. So in other words, what in essence we would not do is create a PRC zone like we did previously. The second would hopefully require access to transportation systems by various modes, not only just the automobile, but also public transportation in terms of buses, things of that nature. Require proximity to services,
commercial and medical primarily. Then the next was they must be sustainable, and ability to meet future housing needs, not only just in essence, the present occupants. Access to infrastructure, sewer and water primarily, the board was concerned about, and also that every project would have to have an affordability component. So that was the framework that, in essence, went into the land use element that the board developed. In terms of what it ultimately did, after many, many hours of discussion, it made a recommendation in terms of location that a highway development free zone be created, where in essence the projects would the zone would have an additional conditional use of age restricted within that HD3. And the two primary locations were, one, the changing the area east on Route 33, the present existing HD2 zone, we would make that HD3, and then one of the areas that we had recommended to be changed to be HD1, which is pretty much an extension of West Farms Road on the south side, across from the Home Depot, extending it back towards Freehold Township. That eventually the board decided to make that HD3 versus the original recommendation of HD1.
That's the property across from the, what is it called, Oak? The mobile home park there,
Right.
correct?
Right,
Okay.
and that's actually the present zoning is for mobile homes, primarily in this area. Again, we were recommending the age restricted as a conditional use. The conditions basically that it would meet, there are prescribed uses only for this use. It would have track requirements. It would have to be a minimum of 40 acres. There would be deed restrictions in terms of the types of occupants that basically pretty much could, would be able to occupy. At least one of two, or one person would have to be of 55 years or older to basically occupy. No one under the age of 19, in essence, could be an occupant. One of the other conditions is management and maintenance, and then the other issue or requirement was that of an affordable housing component. Each of these projects would every ninth for every 8 market units that would be constructed, the 9th unit would have to be affordable. There also is recommended various design requirements, laying out the types of permitted uses, in this case multifamily, single-family units, townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, and also for to have a conservation area, since there will be a requirement of 40% open space within these projects. Accessory uses are pretty much those things that are pretty much common to an age-restricted project. Density is 4 units per acre, and the maximum number of units permissible would be 200 units. There's also issues of building height is addressed, design requirements for the multifamily units, townhouses, duplexes, and all the various types of units. General requirements, no development or improvements except an approved access drive, fence, things of that nature may be permitted within 75 feet of any roadway. Buffer requirement, again, would be the 50-foot perimeter buffer requirement that we have presently within our code. Some other design requirements, again, are having public water and sanitary sewer. We would establish parking requirements as part specifically for the age-restricted projects. Also, special or specific signing requirements, and also, like I said, open space and recreation. And I mentioned previously that would be a 40% requirement in terms of the open space for these projects. I'll move through, I'll talk about the next section. That's the changes in terms of modifying the HD2 zone that I mentioned to create an HD3, and also the previously mentioned West Farms Road from HD1 to HD3. The major significant change being that only in these HD3 zones, new conditional use would be age-restricted projects. This map kind of is a map of the township, kind of pointing to the two areas where they are in relationship to the total township. And then one of these other next ones kind of identify specifically the lots that would in essence be rezoned. This is primarily, pretty much coincides with the present HD2 zone along Route 33 out towards the Wall Township border. And this next one is the extension of West Farms Road to the Freehold Township border. That there, pretty much, that's it. This is a map that basically shows you the present land uses, and I'll go inside for the one on West Farms Road. Primarily, there is a lot of farm qualified property and vacant lots in that 33 corridor. There are some residential and commercial properties that are basically also there. That commercial being those outlined in red, industrial being in purple. And again, this gives you an idea of the land uses within those areas. And the one to the further to the south is the pretty much the one or the one along West Farm Road, which is pretty much mostly farm qualified property. And again, this is a land use land cover, I think 95, Tom? If I'm not mistaken, we pulled this with 95, right?
Correct.
Right. So there are some significant changes that have taken place, but primarily these areas are pretty much coincide with what you see right now. Signs is the last one, and they simply, this is where presently the Township Code, Chapter 256, addresses signs in the township, both residential and within residential zones, and also in non-residential zones. The Planning Board and the Board of Adjustment cannot grant a variance or a design waiver to applications because since it's not within the land development code, we do review signs. We kind of give them what we call variations from the requirements of Chapter 256. But in essence, primarily in most municipalities, they are usually found, sign regulations are primarily found within the land development section of the code, and they can be dealt with in two different ways. One is that they could be a variance. They could be under the zoning provisions, and in essence that would require a variance, or they could be under the general design issues, where in essence they would be considered a design waiver. The difference being that a variance, of course, requires proofs versus a design waiver requiring lesser justification. In the building design standards, for example, and one of the other issues that we've have to deal with is that in the building design standards, we made specific recommendations in those standards for mixed-use areas and commercial areas in terms of signage. So again, I think the board's or my recommendation would be that we deal with it as signs as a design issue, all right, so they would coincide with what we've done already in terms of the building design standards versus that of a variance. So again, it's just a matter of picking up 256, moving it over, making some modifications where it needs to in terms of, what we've just recently adopted with the building design standards, so that, in essence, they would be in the proper place, I think, for not only the planning board, but also the Board of Adjustment.
Yeah, zoning board. I agree with you.
So I'll entertain any questions. I'll go back to anything that I've talked about.
Questions from the council?
Mr. Newcomb, I fully agree with you on the sign issue, and that's the only comment I want to make on that. I would like to, and I don't know that you can answer these questions this evening, but I would like answers to these. Okay. On the Highway Development District, the HD3 zone, particularly the area where the Oak Glen mobile home park is, in that area, because that is a fairly high-density area there, populated as it sits right now. Under the under the HD3, we have a max of 200, and it's 4 to an acre, correct?
Right, 4 units to an acre.
Can you tell me, in its present state, where it's zoned for mobile home, what would be the max and the homes per acre? Do you know?
Well, the homes the units, the mobile home units, break down to about 7 mobile homes per acre.
Okay.
Presently.
All right. I thought it was 6, but 7?
Somewhere in that area.
And the max capacity now we have are 200 units, but under the mobile home, what would be the max?
There's no max.
There's no max,
There's
correct?
No max.
So what we actually created is we're creating a better atmosphere overall, because we're allowing, under what it's presently zoned, we could have 7 units to an acre versus 4 to an acre, one with no limit and the other one with a 200 maximum capacity.
Right.
Okay,
Capacity.
that's what I wanted to know on that.
Yeah.
And under the affordable housing, how does that affect the mobile homes versus the age-restricted?
Well, presently under the mobile home zoning, they would be under, if a project came in, they would be under the growth share ordinance. They would have to, again, do the 8 plus then the 9th. And then in terms of this, under the age restricted, we're following pretty much the township's growth share ordinance, again, pretty much for the, every 9th unit has to be an affordable unit.
Okay.
I might also add, one of the reasons why we kind of decided to, present to you the age-restricted issue is the co-administrative order.
Correct.
The township under round 2, got a waiver for age-restricted from COA, and as the council knows, that was appealed by a developer to the appellate division, and the appellate division ordered COA that it did not, basically told COA it didn't have the authority to issue that waiver for age restricted. The township has been directed now, instead of submitting a new housing plan by May 15th of 2007, we're now required to submit a round 3, plus rectifying the waiver, the age-restricted waiver from round 2 by October 28th of this year.
Okay. One of the other, I think, positive comments that I might make under HD3 or the design standards in that public water and sewer has to be in there, because I know that in some of our other mobile home park areas, that has been a significant issue over the past years that I have sat on those boards. And that is one thing that I do like to see under this HD3.
Well, anything, I think, in terms of this township under a density such as that, I think water and sewer is definitely a requirement.
Yes, okay. That's all, that's my only comments.
Any other questions? Mr. Chernesky, have any observations or comments to add to this?
Sir, if council is, you received the draft language for the ordinances. We got an overview this evening. If council is ready, we can prepare the ordinance for introduction for these 3
I just have one question, Mr. Newcomb, and you may recall this. There was some discussion about increasing the number of units for affordables and seniors to something above the 4. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Well, we talked about that. We actually talked about it in the context of two different ways. One was increasing the percentage in terms of the affordable section, and then the second conversation we had, that I think the board had, was increasing or offering, in essence, the developer to build at 6 units per acre, all right, but he would have to, or she would have to, give it that larger percentage in terms of it being affordable.
What do I remember, something like 20 units or something?
Well, 20%, I think, is what, that's what the conversation was at.
And is that what you are still, that came out of the planning board? Has
I
that
think
been-
the planning board basically, pretty much at, prior to the adoption of the land use plan, pretty much voted.
I know I voted to have it pulled out, but I didn't recall that it was a majority. So that's been stripped?
You were in the majority.
Okay.
That was
Okay,
stripped out.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a couple things. The piece on West Farms Road, do we have other parcels like this, 3/4 of a mile to a mile off the highway?
In terms of the depth off the highway?
Yes.
No.
There's no other piece, because I'm just wondering why we're putting some of this highway development 3/4 of a mile to a mile off the highway. I'm worried about other landowners coming to us and saying, why don't you designate my property that way?
Well,
I mean, it's
a good question.
It's
a good question.
Yeah, if I had a piece of property off of Lanes Mills Road that was 30 acres, I'd say, why don't you let me build? Why don't you let me build high density? I mean, I'd like to build them. I would strongly question why we just isolated one piece of property a mile off the highway.
What was the history behind, I know the planning board spent several meetings talking about that topic for Mr. Walsh's benefit.
There was a project that proposed in that area. The original thought was that at certain points within the township, we would, because we could not expand our commercial properties, basically along 9, lengthwise, that we would try to basically add depth to certain areas in terms of commercial activity. All right, so in other words, we would create more nodes of commercial property versus, you just can't, for example, we've heard from the Norwood Place individuals how close, and I was out there this evening, and they're right up against the Highway Development District. There's no way you could expand that area in terms of any future highway or commercial property. But there are certain areas, such as Lanes Mill, and also in the West Farms Road area, where you can expand commercial property pretty much down because you do not have a lot of development, already existing residential development there, where you can expand the commercial activities. In this case, we recommended the expansion on the west side, opposite pretty much the Home Depot. Now, there is some environmentally sensitive ground there where, in essence, that would not be able to be developed. But that was the board's thinking. The board's thinking was there's an opportunity to create more nodal type of commercial activity, where you take the traffic, you basically relieve the traffic on 9, directly on 9, and you basically can filter it or filter it somewhat onto the adjacent roadway, other roadways. And again, there's a recommendation in the master plan for expanding a portion of the on Lanes Mill, and the other recommendation was on West Farms Road. The board, at the last moment, when we decided not to allow age restricted in the HD1 zone, after a lot of public comment, give and take, with the public during the 9 public hearings that we conducted on this issue, the board made a decision to not allow HD1 to be have age restricted as a conditional use, but decided to, in the terms of this property, since there was a proposal on this property, that we would, make this HD3. So that's primarily the history behind it.
Well, I just need to understand, Mr. Newcomb. So there's already a proposal on this property?
In this area, yes. Not the whole thing, but, one within the area.
They actually made a presentation to the board in
Yeah,
public
they made a presentation.
during the master plan process to the
through the
subcommittee.
master plan process, as
I wasn't here, I'm just,
as 6 other developers did also.
And in fact, Mrs. Shoemaker, I think they've actually proposed, when you were the only person here.
They were the original applicant before Cold Snack Crossing, is that what it's called? Out on 33. This applicant came all the way in before that did, for it the first.
Goes back to 2000.
Yeah, they were
It goes before
overlooked for
then.
some reason in Cold
It goes-
Snack Crossing.
goes before then.
For some reason.
They
got
were
put
the
on top of
original
the queue.
applicant that came to the town for this type of housing, far before anybody else.
so they wanted us to change the zoning then, is,
No, 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 no.
what
no,
did they
no.
want?
No, no.
Well, they actually wanted an age-restricted zone.
They wanted
That's
age-
similar to what yeah,
But Cold
Crawford's
Snack,
holding that.
before we actually had that age-restricted, that was before we had age-restricted zoning here. That's when it was introduced.
So they tried to get it there as a conditional, would they try to get a waiver or variance, what'd they try to do?
So they actually tried to get a wholesale zoning change.
They tried to get a wholesale zoning change.
That entity came to the governing body and said, would you change the zone for us?
Right.
For whatever reason, the governing body smartly at that time said it needs to go through the master plan process.
Correct.
They actually revisited, at least the four of us, when Tim Konopka was here, again, and said, would you give us a wholesale zone change? And we said, no, you need to go through the master plan reexamination process. So when the process was started, the planning board held a series of hearings, among them which were subcommittee hearings, where various people who wanted to make a presentation, for whatever reason, to have their property considered to be changed, be it resident, commercial, industrial, were afforded that opportunity. In that process, I wasn't at that night, but going from planning board meetings, they came, among others, and gave a presentation and said, we've been attempting to get the town to change the zone. They haven't changed the zone. Here's what we would like conceptually. Here's what we'd like to do for the area. I guess they made some business reasons why, from a planning perspective, it might be palatable to do this.
Right.
And then after how many, 9, 10 sessions, the planning board saw fit to include that area in a zone that would conditionally allow that to be there.
Plus
It's not a
HD
guarantee, but it's conditional.
Yeah, and then also in this
understand.
recommendation, there is a commercial component that's required of the applicants also.
But isn't there a commercial component required in all age-restricted?
Yeah,
All right, so it's no different than other age-restricted.
in terms of this one versus the other being along
33?
33, if I can get this.
Give him a
Guess he needs a mouse
paper.
pad.
He needs a piece of
Yeah,
paper.
along that one also.
I'm very concerned that there's other places in Howell Township, 3/4 of a mile to a mile off the road, of large pieces of land that people would also like that to be zoned this way. And that's where my concern comes in, that's all.
Well-
I mean, if we're picking and choosing, or are we doing something consistent all the way across the board for all the residents,
If I
all the
want
landowners?
I think that he makes a valid point, but I think that you need to understand, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Newcomb, is that this is the process where, when you are in the master plan making and the changes, this is the process where those 6 or 7 people in those areas that have parcels of property that come forward and do presentations, because I think we had 6 or 7 presentations.
We had
For all
We had
because this
2
is the town.
presentations. One presentation basically was for a project in ARE 6. We had a ARE 6 zone, which existing. All right. We had another presentation which was primarily in ARE 2 zone. We had a third presentation which involved a project which was in the HD1 and also in AER 2. All right. We had a fourth presentation that was in AER 2, and the applicant, after kind of hearing the board in terms of its comments, has decided to go to propose a single-family home project, which is pretty much permitted within, within that zone. Again, and a lot of these were, the issue why this was extended pretty much like that is, again, was keeping that large parcel within, a single-use pattern. So in other words, rather than splitting the zone, as we've done with a lot of properties, unfortunately in the past in the township, was keeping it all in one use. The extension, the depth of that property, we can split the zone if that's the case. If that's the council's desire.
Mr. Newcomb and Mr. Bill, you may know this. I'm not sure if any of us can answer this. Just for the record and for Councilman Walsh, at the time that applicant came forward, because you know how people come before the council and make their presentation? At that time, he was told that the council would not rezone that that applicant had to wait for such a time as when the master plan was reviewed to come, and that does go back, I want to say, to 99 or 2000. I don't know if it's the same company, if it's the same applicant, or the same owner, or the developer. I don't know if we could find that out. But I mean, that person has waited to come before the master plan. This wasn't something that was just picked up to do that. This goes back many years. Am I correct, Mr. Nunziato? Do you know who the new applicant is? No, I don't. I just know that's how far back that history goes of that particular parcel.
Mr. Newcomb, to Mr. Walsh's observation, are there other, you said there aren't, but is there a way to absolutely validate that there are not other properties that are 100 feet, 50 feet, whatever the case may be? Is there a way to get clarification?
Before you even answers that, even if there are, they have to wait to the next master plan amendment, which is going to be 6 years from now. So we're beating up something that doesn't need to be beat up.
I'm just asking so I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to look a resident in the eye and say, listen, you didn't present your case to the master plan. That's why your piece of property 3/4 mile off the highway wasn't zoned the same as the one on West Forbes Road. I want to be able to say a truthful answer to a resident.
Mr. Newcomb, go ahead.
I can supply council, with the agendas that were set up for the presentations that were made by the various property owners. I have those records from, the master plan subcommittee meeting, and I can supply that to you.
Mr. Malava, you have a question, sir?
So you know exactly where those proposals were made, who they were made by.
Can I ask the manager something? Am I allowed to ask to spend a little time with Mr. Newcomb and sit down with him and go over some of those agendas he has?
Yes, as long as, these requests come in front of the council, no one objects, and we can arrange that.
I certainly have no objection.
I'm requesting now.
Sure.
Anyone have a problem with that?
No, and I think what else would benefit Mr. Walsh, because I don't know that you were at all the master plan, because those were long and lengthy. I'll get you all my notes, but I know that Barbara probably has a copy of all of the minutes, and it's very helpful. It will help you.
We'll make the arrangements.
I'd appreciate that, Councilman.
Anything, Mr. Malava, you had a question for Mr. Newcomb?
We'll do that before introduction.
Yes.
Please.
I'd be fine. I would like that so I can understand what I'm voting on.
Go ahead, Mr. Malava.
Mr. Newcomb, you said that there were 6 or 7 applicants that made proposals in front of the planning board and the subcommittees. Of the 6 that came with proposals, was there any other ones that were included into this master plan, or was this just this one proposal that made sense? Of the other 6, was there any other ones that were included?
Well, there is one on Route 33. There is one, and there's one other that has talked to me, but did not make a presentation to the planning board.
Now, they didn't all just come for age-restricted zoning, obviously. They came for single homes and so forth, right?
All kinds of, yeah.
Well, I think, that, pretty much they had come in, what the board decided to do with the number of requests that had come pretty much either to the council or the then township manager, Bruce Davis, they were forwarded back to the planning board, and the planning board in turn gave them to the master plan subcommittee. The subcommittee decided to actually have them come in, give a presentation to us, and in essence, we kind of heard them out. Asked some questions, things of that nature.
To Councilman Walsh's comment or question about how would he explain to a homeowner who comes, or an owner who comes to him now and says, why wasn't I included in, or considered into this plan? How would that homeowner or property owner would have found out that these meetings were taking place? I mean, they were publicly advertised, I know, but I'm just curious as to how the 6 proposals these people knew and maybe not others in town. I mean, it's just out there, it's public, I mean, obviously, it's just publicly advertised.
I think we made it be known that, we were looking for these projects.
Hey, Juan, just answer that more
I
specific.
mean, we were looking for viable projects. We
Right.
weren't just looking for pieces of property.
You have to understand something, Juan. Just to answer your question very specifically, a lot of land developers were sitting on land for 10, 15 years. There was a housing boom, a demand boom, and interest rates at an all-time low. So anybody that had any reasonableness to wanting to make a profit on their land that they had came before the town and made a presentation. They weren't going to sit on it.
I think a couple of points, if I may, Mr. Malavi. A is that developers are routinely, we all observe them at these planning board meetings and master plan meetings. This is their business, so they were watching for opportunities if they own pieces of land. Many who follow this from a land speculator's perspective knew that certainly the township had to go through that process. It was our time, by way of when the study needed to be done again. So I think those people who are in that circle follow this pretty closely because that's their trade, whether we like it or not. That's certainly what they follow. I think a couple things. We did talk about the master plan process quite considerably. Thankfully, all the meetings were appropriately advertised and put in the paper. And on more than a few occasions, we released some statements inviting the community to participate and come out. The Howell Times has been kind enough to publish at-large announcements that we distribute where we focused almost exclusively on the master plan updates. And in fact, I know in one of the township messenger updates, we did put in some commentary that we were going through that process as well. There's probably never a good way to get to everybody. But the other final observation is if someone ultimately had a problem, a concern, a comment, wanted to be re-engaged, they would do it here with us. Because we're going to introduce ordinances. And someone could say, hold on, what about me? I understand you're passing an ordinance, and I'm here for public comment, and gee, I wasn't able to make the master plan meetings, I didn't live here at the time, or I just bought this piece of property. Doesn't mean we're going to change anything. But there is another opportunity when we go through and pass these laws.
Right.
So I'm hoping that we've given people enough of an opportunity. You could always do more, but to have
9
input.
public hearings.
Oh, I remember them all.
And plus, it was a 12-year process when you go back to 94.
I had the opportunity to talk to the planner in Marlboro, and she was commenting that they had 3 public hearings.
Well, I think Marlboro might not be a very good example. Some of the things that happened there.
I said, well, we topped that by 6. So,
Okay. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Newcomb?
You did say that these would all have to be water and sewer.
Yes.
What happens if there's not water and sewer, or is there already water and sewer in these areas?
They would have to basically provide proof that they can get water and sewer.
They're not in the plan, they're not getting it.
Conditional use.
So,
Conditional use.
what do we know if there's water and sewer there now? I mean,
We know up on 33 that it's in the sewer service area, but
Okay.
there's not water and sewer in the ground. There is water and sewer being extended presently to Colts Neck Crossing. So I'm sure there's conversations going on between that property owner and the others within that area. In the case on West Farms, water and sewer, I believe, is available in that area. It would be extended. Again, it's in the sewer service area, but it would have to be extended.
It's not there, but it's in the sewer service area.
And
just for the record, Councilman Walsh, this is just a condition, this is a conditional use, and they have to have, follow the criteria from A to Z for that use to be.
Oh, yeah.
just trying to do my homework.
All right, so nothing else for Mr. Newcomb then. So, Mr. Chinesky, next steps include?
What the cycle I'd like to get on is when we're ready to introduce these, at the same time, we have a discussion on the next batch.
Right.
This way, we don't have to
Okay.
call the planner out over.
So
a
we'll see
7-month
these ready
period.
for introduction when?
Typically, we introduce ordinances at the workshop meeting. So the next workshop meeting, we would introduce.
So October?
October, and then have a discussion on the next batch.
Okay. Any
that's
other
okay with
questions for
council.
Mr. Newcomb while he is here? Thank you, Mr. Newcomb.
Thank you.
That's right, Chuck, I'll handle it.
I think he said he'll cover for you tonight.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Newcomb.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, so those were the items for discussion. Mr. Chernetsky, you have information down under 11. Anything for that item?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to go to hearings of citizens. It's 10 after 11. Just remind everyone of the commentary we all just had shortly regarding just the opportunities to talk about the public meetings. The first person, Mr. Bill Ransom. Come on up, Mr. Ransom. Welcome. Mr. Ransom, if you don't mind, we just need you to, when you get yourself comfortable, if you just give us your name and address for the official record, and then it says here you'd like to talk about Hampton Road and traffic.
Yes, Bill Ransom, 297 Princeton Drive.
Welcome, thanks for coming.
Thank you. Basically, I want to talk about, I know the residents of Hampton Road have major issues, and as the officers earlier stated, it's not so much of a issue with the speeding as it is with volume. And unfortunately, they didn't really get into much with the speeding on Princeton Drive, my street. And now there's talks of it possibly being made into a cul-de-sac.
There is?
Well, that was their recommendation.
Right, one of the possibilities.
The officers, possibly.
Right.
It was,
I apologize.
Right, no.
You're late from business.
So, but I'm torn on that issue, and, I would like, of course, my street not to be, made into a thoroughfare, which it has been for many years, and I know it's an extremely, great revenue maker for the police department to, give the citizens tickets out there constantly. But I think, as many know, just by closing the street off is just going to push traffic into other areas and, and cause people to speed to get home, because it'll take a longer distance for others to get home into other areas, so they're going to speed through other streets. So, the thing I really would like to see is they touched a little bit on the speed strips that they put on the street, and they're probably in the middle of the street by the stream every other month. And, I mean, could we actually get results to know what the tests are?
well, that's what we had tonight. He showed us the result.
Give him that.
Yeah.
I gave my copy to Mr.
Because I routinely see cars, I could, especially now with school starting, kids getting out of school, high school kids, parents speeding home to get home before the kids get home. I routinely see people doing 50, 60 miles an hour down my street. And it's insane. On a 25 mile an hour street, there's cars parked on either side, to have somebody speeding doing 50 down the street is ridiculous.
Is that Princeton drivers?
Yes.
I'm going to give you this copy, too.
Okay.
If you want to come and get it. Oh.
It's a photocopy of the actual traffic study that the police department performed.
Okay.
And it gets into the days that they were there, the number of vehicles they measured.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I had asked, I'm just getting a copy myself for the first time. Mr. Chernetsky, if we can also obviously get a copy to the other folks that were here tonight interested on this, I know you have, who these people include, and is this something that we can also post on the township's website?
That's what I'd suggest. It'd be easiest to put that up.
I'm going to give him this copy.
What was the
Mayor, just to,
85 percentile? Just to-
Mayor,
I'm just seeing this for the first time. Did you guys get into this before I got here?
Yeah, Mayor, there was a fairly long discussion, took up most of the evening on traffic safety issues. And we heard from a traffic engineer, we heard from our officers, and I think the takeaway that the deputy mayor summarized was that we need to have a focused community meeting with the neighborhood to lay out the options, to include public safety officials, including the fire departments, and really focus on what's feasible and what also enhances quality of life in the neighborhoods. It is a complex issue. no doubt.
I also wanted to question Mr. Tabasco's, when he made a comment about Newbury having I guess a...
Meeting there?
Meeting there, is there a date set for that, or?
Well, they're going to call and find out.
No, we just decided tonight that we were going to do something like this.
Okay, because I, understand we spent all this money on the speed humps, and there was an issue with possibly noise from speed humps.
Yeah.
I don't think there would be any more noise on Princeton Drive at the stream, which is well over 100 feet from any residence, than there is having cars doing 50 miles an hour down the street, peeling out, skidding, because there's quite a few deer that cross over there, and then, routinely there are deer hit over there. And there's actually been children hit also. So,
Yeah, I think there are a lot of options to look at in traffic calming, and I think the one point that really stuck with me is that it needs to be a consensus of the neighborhood that it affects. In terms of exactly which tool you're going to apply.
Yeah, before that,
but now, that doesn't, now, Mayor, that's at the higher end of thinking about planning and engineering this stuff. A case was also made by the officers that residents don't often realize how much longer it takes to do standard police work, like responding to, domestic violence and those sort of issues. So they're not able to deploy as aggressively to do traffic calming as they once were. So, we definitely need to focus on enforcement, but we also need to focus on planning as well.
I think the only thing that I could at least share with Mr. Ransom is when we went through the process in Winston Park, we had an exclusive meeting in one of the middle schools just on that topic, and we sent an invitation to everyone that lived on all of those streets, and we had good public input, and we made a decision that didn't make everybody happy, but the feedback we've gotten back pretty unilaterally thus far has been even people who are unhappy are pretty satisfied with the results that had taken place there. So I think it sounds like a similar outcome came from that earlier discussion about a neighborhood meeting. That's right? Okay.
Right. There's definitely got to be a change, a change made. In my opinion, closing the street would be, ridiculous, and a speed hump would be the more sensible, result. I know that the officers had made a comment about some type of, it's against some type of code in a book or whatever, but, if it's against a code, I can't see how there would be an issue with somebody being injured with a speed hump that is, it's clearly marked. It's, and it's not like it's going to be in somebody's driveway. It's at the stream. It's well, within a distance of somebody's, residence, and, if it slows traffic down and, stops somebody from getting hurt, I think it would make a lot more sense.
Anything else, Mr. Ranson?
I know there was also mention about the snow plowing. If there's an issue with these temporary, humps, you don't have to worry about it because they rarely plow down our street anyway, so.
I thought it was just Mrs. Showmaker's street that they didn't plow. So what do you say to that?
That might have been
Can I go home now?
that might have been a fuel-saving measure, but.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Ransom. That's pretty good. Mr. Magid, come on up, sir. What do you have for us, Mr. Magid?
Abe Magid, 89 Mariners Cove.
Good evening, Mr. Magid.
Good evening to you. Census Bureau figures, in terms of what's going on, I'm sure, in Howell as well as in the rest of the country, in terms of senior citizens. Run through it very quickly. 1,900, round numbers, 76 million, total population. 1930, 123 million. 1960, 175 million, 179 million. 1990, 248, 2000, 288 million. Okay, specifically, not me, data. The population of the United States is doubling every 50 to 60 years. One piece of data. The other piece of data. What we call senior citizens starts at a very low age, called 55. Hardly senior, but classified senior. They're living longer. Data from the census. It's broken down by race. I'll pick the white. Obviously, that would be bigger numbers than the black and others, but it's all the same ratio, so it doesn't matter. Ages, this is for year 2000. Ages 35 to 39, 17 million. 30 or 34 or 50, so we'll say 16, 17 million. When you go up to ages 45 to 49, same kind of numbers, 16 million, 40 to 44, 17 million. Approximately same number. Key numbers. Ages 55 to 59. Now think in terms of the other numbers I just said. 16 million, 55 to 59, 11 million senior citizens. Ages 60 to 64, still pretty high, 9 million. And in fact, 65 to 69, 8 million. I think we better very seriously consider what's going on and make great use in Howell Township of a very, very opportune time. Now, Mr. Newcomb read right from the report. I have these also. Well, you saw it here. Both the township's general population and particularly 55-plus ages can be expected to increase substantially over the next 25 years. That could be an understatement. There's probably in those thesaurus more than just increase substantially. Increase incredibly. In item 6, he says, is projected an indigenous demand for 3,226 age-restricted housing units in township by 2025. Definitely on the low side. Now, why is it all on the low side? I'll tell you why. I've been around a long time, 40 years. Triangle Oaks, I know, too long. That's a Chinese name. I'll stick. Pardon, I withdraw that from the tape. We used to have jokes like that. Triangle Oaks, I saw it built for very expensive houses. You know, 4,000 square feet and so on. Serious. People from Triangle Oaks, and actually some of my children will be there soon, will be called senior citizens. Now, what does it mean? What are they going to do? What are they going to want to do? And they even have a fair amount of money. Hopefully, they've been living in Mount and Marlboro, big houses. They say, no, I like to keep some of the money in my pocket instead of $20,000 or more in property taxes. And my kids are doing well, dentist, doctor, lawyer, so whatever. I would like to have maybe a simple one and maybe a fancy one, but a lot less cost and therefore less rateable, so I have more money for my pocket. However, there are no children. What I'm trying to spell out to you is we're at an incredible time to greatly help the tax structure. And that's what I'm driving. Serving humanity, great, I'm all for it. But the tax structure we can create here in Howell, because we're not that yet built up as much as Manalapan and Marlboro. We have plenty of land. And I don't mean land where there's no sewer and water connections for senior citizens. Let's really look at our master plan. Let's take excellent land and start attracting developers who like to make money, like everybody else, on this very, very, very big market coming ahead. Now, I'm called a senior citizen. I'm 81 years old. But let's think about what senior citizens really means. It means 55. It means 60. It means 65. People retiring. They have pension money. They want to live well. Howell Township right now stands at the cusp of an excellent opportunity, almost beyond belief. Senior citizens, so-called, from 55 on, in the next 10, 15 years, with the advances we have, miracle advances. I wouldn't be here if they didn't prefer miracle things on me last year. I mean, physically. And it's ever increasing.
So, Mr. Maggot, are you saying you're in favor of active adult communities?
Not only in favor of it, that's the understatement of the year.
Okay.
You better take this master plan. And Mr. Walsh was asking certain questions, which I think were very pertinent, called, what is the land like? Does it have sewer? Or soon will have sewer and water, and certainly shouldn't be wetland. Excellent land. And we must become, as fast as we can, in this master plan, right now, a magnet, so developers will start to say, wow, you know, Howell, boy, we'll make a good buck. We'll build senior citizen unit and no children. Now, I can't put it more bluntly to you for your obligation. Now, I don't know, we're just discussing now. I don't know procedure, I heard something about October, what other things will be done. I'll be checking again with Tom. I see him every Monday and Thursday, so to speak. Well, occasionally, not on weekends. I want to be completely clued in on one aspect of this master plan, besides lots of other stuff. I've talked with Mr. Newcomb about other things too, and we'll get to that in time. But when it comes to affordable housing, and this is data, I want us to adopt a whole new outlook. Because when I say senior citizens, I'm not necessarily saying low ratables, say relatively low, like Covered Bridge or the Villages. It could be wonderful places. Because again, these people, not just from an Alp and Marlboro, lots of places, mansions in Millstone, I understand, will say, hey, where can we go and keep some of our property tax money for other enjoyments, et cetera, and live here in Howell? We should be the bullseye target for what we call adult senior citizens. And remember that age range. We're talking 55. We're not talking, pardon me, 81.
Mr. Maggot, what I would say is you have eloquently articulated your concerns. In October, we will in fact be having a discussion on introducing an ordinance specific to active adults. I'm sure when you see Mr. Chernetsky, what days?
This coming
Thursday. When you see Mr. Chernetsky this Thursday, he'd be happy to give you...
next Monday.
He'd be happy to give you the balance of the detail, but I think we get your message and we appreciate your comments.
I want to just put an eyebrow thing on an accent.
Last eyebrow.
Yeah, one eyebrow anyway.
Okay.
Semi-hippie. I want you to now think in terms of land in a large frame of mind, excellent land for pretty good ratables if they want, like, say, more luxurious senior citizens, which they might. This is a money time, or at least it seems to be, and not have it sort of, well, yeah, it's a thing there, this and so on. Nothing like that. We can have, of course, the lesser ones too, like Covered Bridge. We can have a whole world here, just like years ago they went out on Route 70 and created. And I'll say one thing finally. My wife's friend lives in Rossmore, in Monroe Township. And what do you know? Because that's a biggie out there. The taxes were low. But you know something? They're moving up because families are moving in. We have to buttress. Yes, we'll have families moving in, obviously. We have to buttress it with lots of good land, lots of acres for senior citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maggot. Appreciate it. Mr. Librio, come on up, sir. Welcome.
Good morning.
John Librio, 35 Starlight Road, Oak Glen.
Welcome, sir.
Okay. In the manager's report, item 5AC, I know that we've been talking about Starlight Road, and we've been talking about Princeton Drive, which was so eloquently explained to by my son-in-law, who you skipped over me for him.
Who's your son-in-law?
Mr. Ransom. Also about Hampton Drive and Addison. Basically, what I wanted to say to you is that Winston Park was great. I'm very happy for them people. They alleviated the traffic problem. What I'm worried about is what has been mentioned here tonight in a lot of cases where the problem now is going to go somewhere else. Basically, you have the Addison Road traffic safety here. I know there's a problem there now. Wait until the people figure out that you can go down Hulse's Corner and get on Addison to get to Aldridge to make a right to go to Jackson or a left to go to Glen Arden. It's going to be worse than what it is now. Okay?
Don't tell them.
Well, they know now. 8A4, you have an introduction here about amending Chapter 57, potentially dangerous dogs. What you want to do here is increase the dog fee for potentially dangerous dogs. I don't see anything in the ordinance that defines what a potentially dangerous dog is. So how can you raise a fine if you don't know what the
There
dog
is
is?
Mr. Chinesky, would you elaborate for Mr. Libero's benefit?
In this case, it's, they've been deemed a dangerous dog by a municipal court, and so if a dog has been deemed dangerous, let's say and they live in Howell, and they move to another community, the court requires that dog owner to notify that community that they've been deemed a dangerous dog, and to report that to the court, and then the court lets us know. So basically, it's a court definition.
It's determined by the courts.
Is there a state statute that tells you what the potentially dangerous dog is?
There's also a state definition, and Mr. Gannon, I think you talked about last time, that our wording would enable us to inherently use the wording from the state statute. Is that?
That's correct. We're raising the license fee to discourage dangerous dogs from other communities moving into the township.
Okay. I look forward to the discussion with all the various neighbors from my surrounding communities, the 600-plus homes in Oak Glen, and the 20-something homes on Hampton, and wherever. But I will entertain and go along with whatever is going to alleviate the problem, but what I will not accept is the closing of Princeton Drive. I will, on an individual basis or as a class action suit, go to court on that.
Well, I think you heard pretty clearly from Tom.
If it comes to that.
I think you heard pretty clearly from Tom and also from the fellow council members here that, we're going to do what the majority says what they want. We're not, it percolates up.
Well, then we won, because we got 600-plus homes that will come. Okay, last thing. I put an open request in the week of July 16th to obtain documentation concerning that $401,000 that we talked about with the revaluation. And I requested an itemized list for those costs on July 24th. And that particular day, Mr. Filiatro wasn't in, and Jill, I think that's your secretary, Mr. Mayor, right?
No, she works in the clerk's office.
Okay, well, she was the only one there.
Okay.
So, at the time, and she went upstairs to Mr. Filaccio's office and had someone come down. I don't know her name, but when I asked her for the itemized list for that $401,000, she didn't even know what I was talking about. So, basically, what I'm trying to say is that if this was supposed to be available, it wasn't at that particular time.
Isn't there, Ms. Woolman, isn't there a protocol for an Oprah request that if the right person isn't there, it would, could you talk, just for Mr. Libria or anyone else's benefit?
Yeah, Mr. Libria, we had 7 days to respond. I don't know the particulars on your request, though.
No, the Oprah request was to, for the contract and ordinance concerning the revaluation, what's their name, appraisal, something or whatever.
You didn't get it?
I got that, but when I read it over that particular day before I left, and I saw the discrepancy, and I asked, I says, what's this $401,000? And no one knew. I says, can I get an itemized list? And Joe ran upstairs and asked, and someone came down and didn't know what I was talking about.
I mean, in fairness, if they're not close to it, they could be in any number of administrative functions, and it's probably something that needed to be looked at either by Mr. Filiaccio or one of his immediate subordinates. There's, as you can appreciate, there's
But there should,
so
there would
many
have
things
been,
floating around.
at that particular time, there would have been an itemized list that was available. Obviously, they didn't know that there was one. Is that the case?
It depends.
I mean, I don't know. I'm asking.
And unfortunately, I was out that day. To this day, I don't have an Oprah request for that list. Certainly, it's available. I didn't even know it was being looked for.
Well, I didn't put an Oprah request in for that particular thing. I asked at that time because I didn't know there was going to be a difference in the figures between the contract
Is
and
it
the
safe to
ordinance.
say, Mr. Filiaccio, that prior to Mr. Librio's point, prior to July 19th or July 24th, that itemized description that the assessor told us was around, it was someplace? We had it here in the book.
I'm just going to, if I can just interrupt, you know, I prefer these questions come to me.
You are correct,
as
Tom,
the-
and
as the
I
manager.
apologize, Mr. Chernetsky.
And I think it was a matter of perhaps verbiage, because now I'm understanding the request was an itemized budget for the bond ordinance for the appraisals. So how much was going for appraisals, how much was going for engineering, how much was going for, you know, all the other things. And I suspect, you know, I wasn't there, but, you know, the staff's pretty sharp in the finance office, and so maybe there was a miscommunication. So if you wanted to submit an Oprah request, we probably would have contacted you and clarified what you were looking for.
Yeah, well, I got it that night anyway, at the meeting. I got all that information anyway, so I'm not going to put in for it anymore now. But obviously, I mean, it must have been a misunderstanding because I've never had any problem when I come here for anything like that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Librio. Mr. Brennan, come on up. Welcome, Mr. Brennan.
I thought he needed something that he didn't have. I don't know.
Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Brennan. Welcome. If you just again for
Jack Banner, 16 Woodland Drive. Really, just two main questions. I'm looking at the public ordinances, I guess, that will be going up for adoption on 9/19. Just two quick questions. Looking here, bond ordinance for park improvements, that's to finish off the Howell Little League North. Will that finish it finally? I mean, done?
Mr. Chernetsky.
I mean,
It'll finish it in terms of getting it operational.
Okay.
Whether, I think the proposal that was given to council that they agreed to as a policy was, like any other entity, they're free to make, any other sports entity that is in a public facility, they make ongoing improvements to their own facilities.
Right, but
So-
I mean,
It finishes it, Mr. Brennan, from the municipality's financial portion of supporting the project.
that's
Whatever else the league may
perfect. That's all I
independently
wanted
do
to know.
is their business.
Okay. The second thing was the solid waste times listed. I know that got tabled and carried from the last meeting. What I wanted to bring out to council really last time, I think it's a safety issue with this, and I don't think it was maybe thought through, because if you change the times, and I'm going by memory because I don't have it in front of me, it was from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. collection times was the way it was written. Is that right?
Yes.
This time of year, kids are lining up for school buses. They start at 6:50 in the morning, and they're usually done by 7:45 or so when they're picked up by school. You're telling these gentlemen in the waste management that they have to start an hour and a half later in the day. Generally, they come through sometimes as early as 5:30 or 6. If you're pushing their schedule back, you really think they're going to go through a neighborhood at 25 miles an hour? That's not going to happen. They're going to push the limit of speed. You're going to have a large truck going through a neighborhood where kids are standing on corners waiting for buses to be picked up. I really think you need to rethink the timing of this, because you're going to have a mass of kids out there when they're going to start picking up garbage. And I really shudder to think that it's going to be a safety issue. And I know your intentions were good, because you didn't want people to be woken up early in the morning for garbage collection, but you know something? I can live being woken up at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, rather than the alternative of an accident happening somewhere out there with the kids. I mean, everybody up there, I think, has kids. I mean, you got to think it through from that perspective of a safety issue. Really, that's all.
Good, thank you, Mr. Brennan,
All right.
appreciate your comments. Mr. Lawaya, welcome, sir.
Vince Lariah, 56C in the Villages.
Hello, Mr. Rye, welcome.
Initially, I wanted to just express my support for the dangerous dog ordinance, the changes to it. We have a dangerous dog in our community, so designated by the municipal judge. So we're very anxious, and we support this ordinance so that we can get some resolution on this particular individual, if you will. Traffic, as you know, has always been something very important to me. Traffic calming, even. One of the things I noticed in the presentation by Mr. is it Kramer? At Rocky Hill, they have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. Now, so I've always been fearful of suggesting 15 miles an hour, but damn it, it's what we want to be looking for. We want to somehow control the speeds of the vehicles moving through our community. And finally, I endorsed the pilot project. I think it's
Hampton Road.
Hampton, yeah. With the understanding that this is a work in process. If it doesn't work, we do something else, but we stay on the concept of controlling the speeds in the community. And one final, I forgot, I wanted to mention, you know, in the Villages, we use speed bumps.
Yes, you do.
And we take them in. At the end of October, boom, 15 of these little things come back to our shed, and in the summer, and I'm sorry, in the late spring, that they're reinstalled. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lawaya.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate your comments. Mr. Estevez, welcome, sir.
Good evening, Chris Estevez, 10 Canterbury Way.
Hi, Mr. Estevez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Hello, Chris.
My questions revolve around bonding, and I have a little bit of knowledge in this area, but I would like to get some specific information, so I'm glad that the CFO is here. And I also already had a meeting with the Township Manager and my capacity as a member of the Preservation Task Force. My question specifically revolve around bonding for land acquisition, specifically for the Harms Pinnacle tract. My first question is, did we actually bond for any part of purchase of that land? Did we actually float a bond issue?
May I respond?
Jeff.
May I respond?
It's all you, Mr.
Okay,
Chancellor. You ready?
questions go to the mayor if he sees fit. You can direct them towards us.
That's fine, I'm asking the questions.
And the answer is yes.
Okay, and what was the amount that we bonded for?
Jeffrey, would you please answer that question?
For Arms Pinnacle, I think it was 17.5 million.
I don't know the number to memory.
I'm talking off the top of my head, it's somewhere in that range.
Okay. And I'm understanding that we're not going to purchase that?
We're not purchasing the Pinnacle portion.
Okay. And how much was how much of that 17.5 million was for the Pinnacle portion, or was any of it for the Pinnacle portion?
If I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, it was about half and half, right?
No. Of the 17.5, there was an initial down payment put in, which was roughly, I thought, $5 million. And we needed to make a business decision to put aside a significant portion of what would have made up the remaining balance. And based on attorney-client privilege and the prospect of a court and a jury trial regarding that it could be very significant, we elected that the stakes of that poker game had become too high for our tastes, and so that was why we had withdrawn from proceeding on Pinnacle. Is that the number about?
I think his answer was the original bond, right, the original bond. How much were we anticipating to spend between the two properties?
That's correct.
I can get you the appraisals, and then you'll get that'll give you a sense of what was guiding the ordinance.
We originally anticipated both properties.
8.7 or something like that.
We originally anticipated both Harms and Pinnacle would be $15 million for both combined.
Okay.
In the end, Harms, unfortunately, out of our control, based on the real estate appraisals and whatnot, came in at an amount that was more than what our total budget had called for.
$12,350,000.
What was it? 12?
$12,350,000.
12.3. So as a result of that, at that point, we had to make a business decision on whether we could proceed with the acquisition of Pinnacle in light of our overall financial picture at the time. When we started the venture 2 years back, $15 million for both properties was far more palatable. Once it became obvious that the ultimate cost of Pinnacle would not be within our span of control, and it was likely going to go to a jury trial, among other things that were shared with us, it just no longer did it seem practical that we could afford to continue to pursue in what could have been a very expensive proposition aside from Harms.
Okay. So the bond was floated for the purchase of these two tracks. One track wasn't purchased. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so we floated the bond, and we were in the process of purchasing or purchased one of the tracks. What was the disposition of the excess bond money? And was it floated specifically for 30-year property, and can it be used for anything else?
The ordinance would have to be amended as to, what it identifies to purchase, but it would need to be for land acquisition.
We actually had some sidebar dialogue in executive session, and in a matter dealing with another situation, we immediately, at the time, we decided that we could not proceed with Pinnacle. We immediately had earmarked potentially at least half of those dollars to go for another fairly large land acquisition that is the subject of a proposed settlement right now that I don't know that we're at liberty to get into from a public perspective, but what I can tell you is when we tactically reviewed the prospects of disengaging from Pinnacle, we had a backup plan knowing that certain dollars had been set aside for Pinnacle, which had to be set aside to begin that process. But what we do have, at least a specific plan for a pretty large, pretty critical piece of property to be acquired using a fairly large portion of that $5 million that I think was bonded for, that was specific to the Pinnacle property. So $5 million was bonded for Pinnacle. We had to cease Pinnacle because the total value was going to be unknown. We couldn't proceed.
Correct.
And we simultaneously decided to use some of those dollars for another land acquisition.
Could you tell me what the coupon is on that 5% that we have outstanding right now?
You mean the interest rate?
The interest rate, the coupon.
Jeffrey, you remember?
4.37, I think, is the blended rate.
Okay. I know that you're not at liberty to discuss because the property purchase, because it's a proposed settlement. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but can you give me some idea of how far off that closing could be?
On Harms, you mean?
No, on the replacement property.
I don't know. I don't believe we can without compromising the integrity of the outcome. And the whole council is aware.
I think you know where I'm getting. I mean, we're servicing
it's within a very abbreviated time frame.
Okay.
I would say we're looking at proposed settlement language right now. Am I right?
Yes.
I'm not talking about it at all.
Okay. I'll withdraw the question. I'll withdraw the question.
We're not sitting on it for years, to answer your question.
What's the disposition of this $5 million right now? Where is it held?
Jeffrey?
It's invested.
What kind of instrument is invested in?
It's in a investment interest, I think it actually is right now with Sovereign Bank. They have a governmental investment account that is very competitive as far as interest rates right now.
Do you have an idea what rate we're getting on that?
4.375 in that area, or just about break even as far as our interest costs. If we go much over the break even point, we have to rebate that money back to IRS.
Right, okay. And my last question is, how is the debt being serviced? Where is the money for debt service coming from for this? Go ahead.
Well, combination of places depending on what we're spending, from the consolidated debt, what we purchased depends on where it was coming from, but generally for open space, or specifically for open space acquisitions, the debt is being financed by the open space tax.
Okay, so we have about 17.5 million outstanding, or 15 million outstanding. There's two numbers floating around.
Open space.
That's what our debt service is right now?
It may be higher for open space, correct, Jeff, with the other parcels?
Yeah, we have Green Acres funded in that bond ordinance, too.
Okay, so Jeffrey, what would you think, or Mr. Shernicki, what would you think the total debt service is, and what do we collect yearly on an open space?
I don't recall exactly what, with all the open space that we purchased, what the debt is. I can, council, so inclined, we can do a report that outlines all the accumulated debt for open space. Jeffrey, do you remember how much we collect every year?
Collect 2 cents.
2 cents, but what does that amount to?
2 cents is $560,000 or $570,000 a year.
577, 591, 25.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Rasmus. Mrs. Dixell. She's still here?
She's here.
Okay, Mrs. Dixell, come on up. Good evening, Mrs. Dixell, welcome. Said you want to talk about Wyckoff Road, stop work order. I can't read the third.
Board's done.
Couple of quick questions. I'm not going to be up here very long.
If you could just give us your name and address for the
Robert
record.
Dixell, The Villages, Howell Township. Okay, the Wyckoff Road. Wyckoff Road presently, I understand, is not on the 4-ton weight limit schedule, although there is a 4-ton weight limit sign at the Villages entrance. If it is possible, it's a local road, it's not a county road. If that's possible, can Wyckoff Mills Road be included or added to, or whatever, to your 4-ton weight limit road? You do have a small light bridge over the Long Brook that flows by the first house on Wyckoff Mills Road after the post office. If the New Jersey Transit buses and a lot of very heavy vehicles keep going over this little bridge, it's going to fall down one of these days. So if that is at all possible, can they include this in the 4-ton weight limit schedule and put up more signs? Because the transit buses use that as empty buses as a shortcut to Hall's Mill. So that's my question.
Mr. Chase, can you look into that for us? Sure. Okay.
Okay, that's on Wyckoff. Also on Wyckoff, the park and ride. There is an entrance to the park and ride. It is, at one point when I was involved in building it, just so happened that they wound up making the entrance straight. So it wound up to be a problem where cars were exiting the entrance. Well, they still are, and what happened was we had to go back to the drawing board and make a deep curve in the entrance so that they couldn't really get out. Well, they're figuring out ways to get out. So they're still exiting the entrance on Wyckoff Mills Road. It's a fatal accident waiting to happen.
Can we make the police aware of that, Mr. Chernetsky, have them look into it, please? Okay.
I go in that way sometimes, and...
Not that way.
Yeah, well, I always...
No, that's an in.
I go to the parking lot, and I've had cars come right at me.
Yeah, right at you.
One way out of
Yeah,
town.
right. Yeah, that's definitely an entrance. Okay, now, as far as your board professionals, I would suggest to you to reach out to your boards and possibly physically request or require copies of their professional credentials when they get up at these boards to speak. Because Joe Schmo, the gardener, can get up and say, I have 25 years in as a traffic engineer, and I went to so-and-so and so. How do you know what he's got?
I questioned that earlier. They're sworn in that they are certifying their credentials, Barbara. But you want them to come with a badge or certificates?
Yeah, I really would like, I'd like to see them, if possible, sometimes. I mean, even when they're sworn in sometimes, you know, you like scratch your head and listen to some of their testimony, man.
I agree with you, it's questionable.
I mean, you know.
Why couldn't we make it a part of their application? A copy of their credentials? I mean, what would be the problem there?
Mr. Gannon, could we, as a part of the checklist process, have the applicant submit the resume or the curriculum, like Tal, of...
Yeah, that's not an issue, but generally speaking, the credentials of the engineer or professional or expert should be placed on the record and should be subject to voir dire by the planning board or its attorneys, so
What typically happens, Mrs. Dixon, you've been on a planning board meetings. Yeah, Chairman Schneider left, but generally, the attorney for the applicant says, I have Joe Jones here from the ABC consulting firm. Mr. Jones, give us your credentials. And he or she says, I'm a licensed engineer in New Jersey. I've practiced for 27 years. I graduated from the DeVry Institute, so on and so forth.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mayor. I've heard some strange testimony over the years of coming to these boards and committees and listening to some of this stuff. I really think that in the times we live in, and developments wanting to come in, and professionals wanting, I really think it's time maybe we did require, as part of the application, as part of this request, that they submit the professional's credentials. That's not such a terrible thing. And then you know who they are.
Yeah, we don't disagree. Point well taken.
Can
Thank you,
we,
Barbara.
Mr. Chancy, can you look into that with staff and come up with an appropriate way to operationalize
Now,
that?
I've heard some strange testimony from people
Thanks, Mrs.
over the
Dixon.
years. One more thing, speed limit signs. There's one on Wyckoff, there was one coming up here tonight. No, speed limit signs that are graffitied over in black paint. If it's possible, if these signs can be cleaned, is there a way of urethaning them like they do in New York City subway cars? There's something coating that when they finally get the graffiti off the subway cars, there's something kind of urethane or something that they're putting on a coating to keep these cars that they can just hose it down or something and the stuff comes right off. Because, like I said, there's one on Wyckoff now, and there was one coming up here tonight that had spray paint all over it. And it's hard for people to see, especially at night, when you have to know where, see where you're going. And the cemetery sign, my husband picked up the cemetery sign from the Hall's house, and two gentlemen came to my house to pick it up from the township. I appreciate that. Do you have that, Ms. Schlegel? Do you have the cemetery sign now?
Yes, we do. The volunteers from General Motors that are volunteering for the town have picked up the sign from Mrs. Dixell, and they're going to clean it up and see what they can do with it and hang it back in the cemetery.
Great. And I also said the same thing to these gentlemen. I'll say it here also. When they get the sign, fixed up, can that also be urethaned or something so that it will withstand weather? Well, that's what the problem is with this. It's, okay. Anyway, and your historic preservation?
Historic preservation for the
papers I gave you,
Adelphia section?
yeah.
It's all been transmitted to the planning board for their review by the master plan
And the
subcommittee.
one more thing I did ask tonight was that, just so you know, that on the resolutions, there are several of these resolutions that do not have addresses. I've asked this time and time again.
Yes, we have, Barbara. 6 years.
Okay, but you know what? Don't you think it's time that whoever did this meeting notice got it right, and just so that we know what you guys are talking about? If we don't have access and people don't have access to the internet, do you think maybe it's not such a terrible thing to ask? Just put the address down beside the lot and block.
I don't think you're going to get any disagreement from the five of us up here. And I know that Ms. Woolman is diligently taking notes on that point, and I believe that...
I mean, because then some of us have to wind up spending time calling the office, talk to them, bother the planning board. You know what? Let them just do it right the first time, and that'll be fine.
I'm compelled, in fairness to the clerk's office, to suggest that they collect as much information as they possibly can, and I think in the few instances when they don't have them down there, there's typically a compelling reason why, and I'm sure that in the event that they can get those addresses there, Mrs. Dixell, they will.
A street or something. I mean, a lot and block isn't enough. Okay, thank you all very much.
Thanks,
I appreciate
Mrs.
your
Dixell.
time.
Mr. Meyer, welcome, sir. Come on up.
Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, with the lateness of the hour, what I have to discuss to keep to the public meeting
Great.
in 2 weeks, I would like to yield my time to Angela Dalton now.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Ms. Dalton, you happen to be next.
Gentlemen. Got that pen.
You are the first speaker on Wednesday.
Good morning, everyone. Angela W. Dalton, 13 Madeline Court. I will try to be as brief as possible. My comments are related, again, to the revaluation, which I've spoken about before and asked a number of questions. My first comment is going to be of a personal nature, just in terms of what Mr. Rubenstein and Mr. Lenahan testified to on August 15th. Thursday afternoon, I had occasion to actually get home from work early. It was about 5:30, and I came down the road, and my husband was sitting on the porch, front step, and I observed a white minivan that was sitting. It looked strange. I live on a cul-de-sac. You can tell which houses, which cars do and don't belong there. I said to my husband, "What's up with the van?" And he said, "Oh, it's been sitting there for 20 minutes." I realized after a minute or so who the gentleman probably was. And it was one of the inspectors for Realty Appraisal Company. He had been sitting in his van for 20 minutes waiting for, I guess, my next-door neighbor to come home, despite the fact that my husband was on the front step the entire time, and he could have just gone to my house and asked if he could come in. My husband and I were going out. So the gentleman actually got out of his van, went to my neighbor's house, and he was standing there for maybe 10 minutes. I went over to him and I said, "Excuse me," and after about a minute of trying to get his attention, he finally said hello or something, and I said, "Are you from Realty Appraisal Company?" And he said yes, and I said, "Well, my neighbors aren't home. My husband and I are here. I have child care issues, so if this would be a good time, you could come to my house now." "Oh, no," he said, that it was he was doing that house, it was his last job, it was only 5:30. Mr. Rubenstein and Mr. Lenahan said that they were going to be doing evaluations until dusk. So he told me it was his last job, he wasn't going to come to my house. I had to beg him, and he still wouldn't come in, practically. He told me I'm allowed to come 3 times. He was very rude about that. And he was at my neighbor's, I said to him, "Well, how long is it going to take?" He told me it was going to take 40 minutes to appraise my next-door neighbor's house. Our neighborhood is 8 years old. Plans are on file, and there's only 4 models of house. Shouldn't be that hard.
Did you get his name?
I did not. It was a white minivan. He didn't have a badge on, which he was supposed to have a badge, but he didn't. And I looked at what Realty Appraisal circulated to us as part of their publicity when the reval was done, and it says it'll only take a few minutes. 40 minutes, in my mind, is not a few minutes. I also wanted to address, as I've looked at the contract between the town and Realty Appraisal, and I've looked at the revaluation, reassessment reports, the plan of work, status reports that the assessor and Realty Appraisal have to provide to the county on a monthly basis. I noticed that the contract says homes of up to 4 families, we have an item of 15,564 line items. That was in 2004 when the contract was proposed. In the most recent report, The line item for single-family residences is 300 houses more. At $60 a line item, it's an additional $18,000 to realty appraisal, because those houses weren't accounted for in the original proposal. And what it also shows is that we have, since the proposal was made, over 300 new residences have come online. One of the questions I have is, what is going to happen with the houses that aren't yet online? A lot of people have been talking about them coming in at half of fair market value, and I don't think that people are going to be too happy about that, except for those homeowners, if that's in fact true.
Couldn't imagine. Mr. Chernetsky, could you reply or direct that, please?
My understanding is that when new homes come online, they come online at the sales price. Is that correct, Jeffrey? When there's a new
They come online at sale price, and then the equalized valuation the town has applied. So if we go to 100%, they'll come online at 100%. If they come online, say, this month, we're at 56%, they'll go online at 56%, they'll come up to 100 when we go up to 100.
But are they going to be evaluated by realty appraisal?
I don't know if there's a need to, or they can't, why it couldn't be done by the assessor.
Because it's a fairly recent, I mean, if it's a home that just came online and we have the appraised value based on the sale, wouldn't we apply that and then make the adjustment in the tax rate change?
Yes, I think the assessor can handle the ones that are coming online this
So
year.
that'll be accounted for.
Right now, we have 56%, Mr. Filiaccio?
I believe that's
I'm just asking.
roughly our ratio right now, yes.
Okay.
I don't know that
was-
Ms. Dalton's question was answered. These newer homes, you're saying they've been accounted for insofar as the assessor, because they're so recent, will obviously have the most recent sale price, and they will adjust the rate based on the sale price at the new rate. Is that right? In other words, we're not anticipating sending realty management out for new homes that are in the process of being approved.
No, that's the function of the assessor. He has the added and omitted that he does every year, and he's a licensed appraiser, and certainly I don't think that that's going to be something that'll be an add-on to the contract, not homes from this year.
And they will be obviously taxed at whatever the new rate is, like everybody else.
Yes, they will.
And obviously, the new ratio theoretically should be 100% once this process is done by realty appraisal.
We certainly hope so.
Which brings me to the point that I think I'm most concerned about, and that is that on August 15, 2006, Neil Rubenstein sat here and said that he wasn't allowed to send notices to the taxpayers about the new values until November 10th by law. And I have tried my best to find where that is written, and I can't. What I find is, in our own report to the county, we have a timeline that we have to submit. And no one can say that the timeline was submitted before we actually got state approval of our tax maps and consequently state approval of our contract, because this timeline is submitted after that, and the first event is a press release July of 2005, July or August, which is coincident with when the tax department actually approved of the contract. And what this says is that the value notices will be mailed in September or October, that the taxpayer review hearings, those informal review hearings that they spoke about, will be held in September or October, and final values will be completed by September or October. So what I want to know is, why is Realty Appraisal telling us that they're not allowed by law to tell us the bad news about our property values until November 10th?
Mr. Chernetsky, if we may, through Mr. Gannon, are you aware, when I recall Mr. Rubenstein making that comment?
Yes.
Can we get a response as to specifically what the citation is that, or Mr. Filiaccio, that references why that's the case? I think it was news to all of us when he said it that night.
I think we'll have to get, ask him and get his response.
Can we get something in writing from him that specifically gives us where in the statute, in the law, it stipulates that's the case? And can we get a copy of that to Ms. Dalton and to the council as soon as we have it in our possession? Is that okay?
One other source I also have from the Monmouth County Board of Taxation, the regulations, and there's a revaluation timeline on the last page of it. And that also says that October will be notification of new assessment and notification of individual review hearings sent to all taxpayers. So it's two places, talking about us getting notice in October.
I wish
not
we could
November
get it
10th.
out in September and October, because I think at the end of the year, people get distracted, and it certainly would not be a very pleasant Thanksgiving kind of surprise when we get whatever we're going to get hit with. So if we can get documentation on where he got that from, that would be appreciated, please. Anything else?
That's all, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Dalton. That's the last speaker. We actually have Mrs. Weitengruber, Mr. Howell, Mr. Tintillo, and Mr. Marciniak, and then Mr. Tintillo again.
I can't be here on the 19th, so I would appreciate 5 minutes to speak. The law does say that you have to open it up. You folks talk for an hour.
I have no
Okay,
problem.
this is a workshop meeting, so we do talk for an hour. Why don't you come on, Mrs. Weitengruber, you're next.
Yeah.
I mean, this obviously is our workshop meeting. This is where we do our business, so we need the opportunity to have this.
Yeah, no problem sticking.
I think you need the opportunity to hear from people, too, and
I-
I cannot be here on the
think
19th.
we
Suzanne
create that
Weingruber,
opportunity.
25 Princeton Drive. And I will keep this extremely short. 1 Princeton Drive, I was informed by the former Vice Chair of the Environmental Commission, 1 George Edward Weingruber Jr., that they were subject, he confirmed, to legal wranglings over the open in Princeton Drive. And if you go to cul-de-sac Princeton Drive at this point, I sincerely doubt you will get a stream encroachment permit, which 23 years ago was not needed. Is that your fault? There are many people cul-de-sacing Princeton Drive will put more traffic on Markwood and Talcott through Old Bridge. It will put more traffic on Pepperidge and Sylvan, because those are the routes that were used before. There's as many people in Salem Hill who go through to Snowdrift and Starlight as there are people who come the other way. So you do need to think about the whole neighborhood. And there'll be a lot of people at that meeting. I want to address, I've been trying to use the internet site to research some things, and I noted in going back to the minutes basically give the title of the resolutions. There's no place to see actually what a resolution actually said other than the title, or at least I can't find it. Perhaps somebody can direct me to another area. But the resolutions are not there in full. And specifically, resolutions and ordinances, as you know, are numbered 05, for the year, 06 for the year, and their chronological number. And I was looking for Resolution 05-346, which had to do with cancellation of a previous capital ordinance. I would like to request, when you do these agendas, other than having just 9B, 27, 28, 1, 2, whatever you number them on that particular agenda, you put the resolution number, as well as you do the same thing as put the ordinance number next to the ordinances, so people can go back and find them. I can't even go back in the minutes and tell you when 05-346 was passed, because everything is just printed this way. I'm sure the clerk's office might have a hard time figuring out when 05-346 was passed, although they may keep a separate resolution book. Well, it would be helpful to the public if they could look in the minutes and not have to come to you and call and say, what was this resolution?
That doesn't sound like too much of a stretch.
No, it isn't.
Is that something we can investigate there, Tom?
I mean, all it is adding a number to the agenda. That would make life a lot easier for everybody. I bring it to you.
Look into it, Mr. Chernetsky. We'll talk about it with the clerk. Please. Thank you.
I bring that to your attention because I was looking at the bond ordinance. As I said, I will not be here on 19th, and I could not find the backup outside the bond ordinances, the general, how we came, or the town came to a total of $555,000 for an acquisition of vehicles, another $262,000 improvements to township buildings, and I won't read this whole bond ordinance to you. But there's various numbers, and it certainly would be helpful to the public if there was a worksheet attached to it to figure out how those numbers came to be. And the reason I do that is because I'm not concerned about ordinances that are maybe only a year, 2 years old that still have balances on them. But when ordinances go back to 1988 and still have unexpended and unencumbered balances, I have a question why that money has not been expended. And of the almost $48 million just in general capital or debt that we have. We have another $6.3 million in sewer debt. After tonight, after you award the contract to Stavola, you're still going to have $27.5 million unexpended and unencumbered. Now, I was happy to hear that you might be expending some of that money on a different land cost. Perhaps the public doesn't know, once you pass an ordinance, if you amend it for another purchase, then you must amend it for something of a like useful life. Okay, so we all understand that. But in the particular ordinance that Mr. Estevez questioned, which I believe is 2004, I think it's, hold on a minute, I'll give it to you in a second. I think it's 32. 2004-32. And I thought this ordinance was just for Harms and Pinnacle. If there's something else in there, please correct me.
There's not. There is
not. Then what is the authorization on the books for the Harms and Pinnacle site total $22 million. Now, obviously, some of that is down payment, and then some of it is bonds, and I won't break that down. The unexpended balance as of last Friday was $9,271,925.56. That's a lot of money to be sitting out there. Even if you take that $9 million, there's still another $16 million. If you expend all $9 million on land acquisition, there's another $16 million. And I think it would behoove the governing body and the administration to start taking a look at some of these ordinances that go back to 1988, 1999, 1997, because there are unexpended balances for improvements to township buildings, for acquisition of vehicles, for similar things, acquisition of equipment. And if those balances are not going to be amended and used in some other way, then before we go doing another capital ordinance and tacking on another $5.4 million to our debt service, then maybe we can amend the old ordinances. And just for an example, you have a 1997 Parks Improvement Ordinance. The unexpended balance is $64,250. You have a 1998 improvement to township buildings that has $282,000. Now, no one wants to structure a capital ordinance to say 6 chairs, 2 desks, 5 computers. You obviously don't want it structured that tight. But certainly there should be a cost backup. And before you go, if it says office furniture, let's use the money from office furniture from a previous thing. And without pulling every one of these ordinances, which also aren't available online, I don't know what they were. But that's my next step, is to pull every one of these ordinances and see what they bonded for. And then I am suggesting that you folks either cancel or amend the balances as would be appropriate.
Mr. Czerniecki, before we get to Deputy Mayor and Mrs. Shoemaker, do you want to comment, or have Mr. Filiatro? I think he's interested in making a comment as well.
I would just note that Councilwoman Shoemaker has raised this previously, and that the idea going forward was that, that issue was raised after we did the last capital budget. This was brought to our attention, so when we propose the next year's capital budget, we will bring forth as much of that as we think is usable. But Jeffrey, is there anything to add? Okay.
Could I possibly get what went into your cost estimates for the various items in this bond?
Yes.
And is it possible between now and the 19th to take a look at some of them and some of the other ordinances? Because correct me, Mr. Gann, if they didn't pass the entire $5.4 million, but decided maybe they had enough in old bond ordinances that they could go back and amend, they really wouldn't need to do that. Tack on another $5.4 million. They could, maybe it's $3 million, and you can use old ordinances. Rather, because every one of these things translates to principal and interest. And in the 2005 budget, there was $45,000 in bond interest. In the 2006 budget, there's over $1 million in bond interest. And all those things push up the tax rate.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
I do have a question. How is it that there, Mr. Filiatro, that there's $64,250 left from 1997 for park improvement, if I may?
It's tied to a grant, maybe?
Unless I look back at the capital
to look
budget
at-
and see what, or the ordinance and see what that was earmarked. I don't know. There is a report that I have been sharing, Mr. Chernesky. We have been analyzing some of that old stuff. There are certain things, I know, we stressed the 1988 ordinance, that's the underground storage tank ordinance, that still is in active, and we are still working on that.
Now, that 1990 was underground storage. 1998, I believe, is Bear Swamp. 1998 is a Green Acres acquisition. It may be Bear Swamp. There's still 1.5 million on that. And in fact, Brinkerhoff was charged to that within this calendar year for the Bear Swamp Bonham report. So that's what makes me think 1988, that was a hot topic, Bear Swamp and the acquisition at that time. Helene remembers. But 1990 is the road improvements and underground storage tanks, of which we're still buying water, I'm not really sure, for a residence on Oates Drive. I'm not sure why we're still doing that 16 years later. I would have thought we would have remediated what condition we needed there. And that has a balance of 1.5 million and change in it also.
So the wrap-up is, I think Mrs. Trailmaker had asked a few meetings back to get some analysis on this, and it sounds like you are already working on it. Okay, good.
Yes.
Thanks, Mrs. Feingruber. Mr. Howell. Welcome, sir. Come on up.
That was the worst feeling.
Good evening, Michael Howell, 180 Newton's Corner Road. Just a couple of things real quick. I was just wondering what the status of the repairs to the roadway on Newton's Corner Road and Ramtown Greenville Road were. I know about 30 days ago, Mr. Nunziato went out and went through 4 cans of pink spray paint, marking out everything that had to be done, and we were trying to get it done before school started, which is tomorrow.
Mr. Janeski, would you?
All right, I'll ask Bill to respond to that if,
I actually got an email from the water company, and he was on vacation 2 weeks ago, I was on vacation this week. We are both back, and we have something scheduled for this week to actually decide how we're going to remediate or fix the issues. So that meeting's scheduled for this week, and then from there, we can get it scheduled and get it done.
Right, can we try to schedule it? I mean, I don't know, Billy, how long it takes to get it scheduled, but can we try to schedule it on days when those 3 schools are not open?
Well, what I would try to do is discourage them from starting 7, 8 o'clock, maybe get them to start after the buses come in the morning, so they have a window where it's not going to impact, the traffic.
Yeah, because like the middle schools get out at 2, I think. So if you tell them they got to start at 9 and work till 2, that's 5 hours.
Well, again, I don't anticipate it's going to be a lengthy process. Nonetheless, right now, the crew that's actually doing the water line, the big one that they're detouring now, that crew will be finished shortly. They want to take that labor and just move them to that project, which is why we want to strike while the iron's hot.
All right. The new development that we took from Wall, is that age restricted?
Yes, it is.
That's an age-restricted development, so now have we notified the Howell Board of Ed and the Freehold Regional Board of Ed that if they get any calls, hey, my kid needs a bus to pick me up, that they shouldn't be going there? I don't know how we would make sure that there aren't any kids living in there.
It would be the same thing we'd have to use at Colts Neck Crossing, at the villages, in any of the age-restricted communities. So what's the current process that's used, in essence, to regulate that?
I know there's a pretty strict application process, and the deeds and everything that need to be signed. We did go out there with the Senior Services Department to talk about, coordinating those services with the township. I'm not sure if the Board of Ed was ever informed, but not a bad idea to let them know.
I mean, the only instance would be if there is a child who is handicapped, who is certainly over what might be the normal school age, but because of their disability is still going to perhaps Freehold Regional High School, and they are a qualified handicapped child. There may very well be a reason why there could be a school bus that would be going into that community, which is not that uncommon.
I guess over 19 years of age.
Over 18, yeah, I mean, there are still programs at the high school level for someone that could be in their early 20s.
Those communities should be self-regulated, that's by the Board of Trustees, but the township does have some ability to investigate, but you're right, there is circumstances when school bus may be in there.
Right.
And then I have a question also in Chapter 265 of our codes. It's the snow and ice removal and the parking. I know we really want to start thinking about snow and ice now. But now, I think now is the time that we have to address it so that it can be taken care of before it gets there. In 265-1, it's a schedule of designated roadways where you can't park while it's snowing. And it's roads like Aldrich Road, Arnold Boulevard, Belmar, so that they could there, I guess, major roads. Newton's Corner Road isn't on that list. That, I would think, is a road you wouldn't want any parking on for snow removal.
Is that not set by the police, Mr. Czerniecki? It's set by ordinance with recommendation from traffic safety, I would imagine.
Yes.
So could we ask the Traffic Safety Bureau, in light of this, to give us something so that we can take action on it that obviously, for some reason, is an oversight on someone's part?
Yep.
Well, what I would like to suggest is that we include all roads that have firehouses, schools, or ambulance corps buildings or rescue buildings on that list as well.
I think what we should probably do is just ask the Traffic Safety Bureau to give us their, professional recommendation in terms of, in light of Mr. Howell's comments, but anything else that might be worthy of a review, that ordinance is probably pretty dated.
And then finally, something that kind of surprised me was when Corporal Fiore was up here speaking about the installation of the speed bumps or the speed humps, that some of them aren't recognized in that book that he was referring to, the list. And if we use ones that aren't recognized as being legal, that we could actually be held liable for damage to vehicles or property. Before we put anything in place, could we make sure that that liability issue is something that we don't have to worry about somebody ripping the bottom out of their car?
I missed that portion. Please don't tell me we bought speed bumps.
The officers discussed what they termed the Bible of traffic safety devices, and indicated they didn't believe that speed bumps or humps, whether temporary or permanent, were included in that manual. The engineer indicated on a sidebar conversation that there have been some amendments, so we need to verify that we're using the most up-to-date information.
All right, just before we put them down for this test, let's make sure that what we have is legal and that we're not opening up the township to all kinds of liability issues.
Mr. Nunziata researched these bumps, so he might have some information.
Mr. Nunziata, what can you share with us?
Just to further what Mr. Czerniecki had said, with the manual that we have used, which again, we are checking with Remington Vernon to see if they have had updates. The manual, METCD, the Bible they call it, is silent when it comes to the speed tables. They don't approve them, they don't discourage them, they don't comment on them. But what they do say is if you use traffic calming measures, that the signage that's applicable to them must conform to the code, i.e. the yellow signs, the rectangular signs with the black print, and so on and so forth. The signage, they regulate.
So the signage has to be regulated?
Correct.
There is nothing that says the humps we have are not usable?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure. Mr. Tintillo, welcome. That's it. Actually, nope, Mr. Marciniak.
Vinnie Tantillo, Casino Drive.
Hello, Mr.
It's kind of late, and I'm really, really happy to see that it's been a docile evening from all ears. I just want to say, I'm going to say my other comments for the open meeting, but we talked, I'm confused. The last meeting, didn't you pass an ordinance to ban cul-de-sacs?
To ban cul-de-sacs?
Yeah.
No.
Wasn't that suggested?
Go ahead, Mr. Newton.
No, the design standards, which are in the development code, indicate that cul-de-sacs are discouraged or prohibited, or prohibited, right?
Said if we want to comment.
But I think it was a police recommendation. I don't believe that and I missed that portion of the meeting, that we've taken the position that we're going to be using cul-de-sacs.
Right, no,
There's
that-
one mechanism the police suggested could be used for traffic calming. I think if you talk to the people in that neighborhood, I think they want anything but a cul-de-sac.
Oh, okay. The speed humps, I seen it said 3,500 apiece. I don't know how many is planning on doing.
We have 4.
Aside from the 4 we haven't budgeted for any.
How many?
Aside from the 4 we've purchased, in terms of, once we have a plan and we want to start installing these permanently in some places, we haven't budgeted for that.
Would it be, I don't know if it'd be cheaper or smarter, listening to Sergeant Fiore, an awful lot of tickets could be given out, and a lot of money can be generated for the town. Every 2 weeks, just in speeding tickets, it'd be over $10,000.
Yeah, but how many more police officers would we need to hire?
I'm not talking about police, I'm talking about specials. That's what I'm asking. Would it be cheaper to hire more specials who work part-time? They're not full-time police officers, but they certainly go to police academy. They're involved in everything a regular police officer is involved in. And we'd have more police officers that way. We have specials now. Why can't we hire more specials instead of full-timers? It's just a suggestion. I don't know if that's the way to go, but...
And that's something the chief will be asked to investigate. We also talked about the necessity of, we've concluded that we need to have an officer out there at Pop Warner, even with all the improvements that we want to do. That's just a fact of life, and it makes sense to have
That could
a
be a
special doing that. So, yeah, the chief will be directed during the budget process to really pay attention to how we might be able to
I mean, they
move that along.
could be detailed just for speeders also.
Right, and we've also thought about the possibility of doing it for other traffic enforcement, like at the park and ride, instead of using a full-fledged uniform officer.
That's all. See you next meeting. Have a good night.
Thanks, Mr. Tintillo. Mr. Marciniak, you're the last speaker. Good God.
Best for last.
Give up about 5 hours.
Hello, Mr. Marciniak, what do you have for us?
Hiya. Stanley Marciniak, Jerseyville. I'm going to bring some highlights on some of the road problems that's been happening in the area where I reside. I'm going to say Crow Hill, Asbury Avenue, Brickyard, Graven's Hill, and 5 Points Road, okay? What I'm finding now, let me get my magnifiers on. My wife and I one day made a little inspection at 5 Points. We counted 78 cars going through 5 Points at the four-way stop sign in 10 minutes. Figure that one out. That's one thing. The other time, I went up to the backyard to my mailbox to get the newspaper, 6:30, 6:45 in the morning, and I stood there at the mailbox. 5 Points is this way going to Colts Neck. I just stood there with the paper. I counted 18 cars full speed, 18 vehicles. We got a gold mine here. I was saying, we got to get some cameras out here somewhere, because they're running every corner, everywhere. Brickyard, Graven's Hill. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to bring out to you guys. That's what it's all about. They're running the place.
Mr. Chernetsky, I mean, I know we've talked about this before. I know that the police department has sporadically gone into that area and to others all over the town. Can you maybe just get an update of when the last time the police had a presence in that area at rush hour? I happen to live in the same area and can certainly attest there's quite a number of cars that are coming from all over the town to cut through, to get to, you name it.
Yeah. Well, you have, I hate to say this, but there's trucks coming off 18, coming down into Howell Township and going into Howell's Mill. They're cutting across, and the biggest culprit right now, I hate to tell you, is school buses. They don't stop. They're going to make their way to Crow Hill to the garage. I mean, I hate to say this, but it's happening.
Do you live on one of those corners?
What was that?
Where do you live at? Where do you live?
On the corner.
On which
It's in the
corner?
corner of Asbury and 5 Points. He lives right at the
I live at the
four-way
corner,
stop.
at the four-way stop sign.
What I would say, Mr. Messiniak, is when you see those buses go through it, they all have numbers on them.
Well, yeah, that's true, but a lot of times I'm standing along the driveway and they go, I'm trying to read the name and it disappears on me. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, clearly, but I mean, in the event you can
If I
get,
do catch them,
if you
I'll...
get a number, I
Yeah.
think they're labeled on the sides and on the back.
All right, here's another thing. I'd like to ask Mr. Nunziato about this. Who paved Fairfield Road?
Mr. Chinesky, could you tell us, who won the contract?
Earl
to pave?
Asphalt.
Who? Earl.
Earl.
Well,
Were
you know-
they were the low bidder?
Okay, that's fine. The only thing is, every time I go down Fairfield Road, I need a rowboat to make it across. What happened to the drainage in this place? It don't work.
Yeah, it is poor.
It's bad. It's bad, Bill.
Never.
Don't get me wrong.
The new paving didn't repair
A
that.
lot of times I whip myself up, I'm with the engine, and I stop dead, because I don't realize it's all coming through.
If I may, Mr. Chinesky, to Mr. Nunziato, did the contract include, I certainly hope it did, addressing the pitch for the runoff to steer clear of the roadway?
There was some road reconstruction and some and base repairs, and then a road, let's call it resurfacing or an overlay, okay? The drainage we've inspected the drainage, and what needed to be retrofitted to make it comply with the new stormwater regs was done.
Well,
I think more of the concern that Mr. Marciniak has is in the area, let's call it the northern end of the roadway, where one of the considerations we had was to reinstitute some of the ditches on the side of the road, because it is flat and there's no relief. And there are some, minor inlets off the roadway that, for the most part, unless it's maintained every time we have a storm, I mean, it kind of silts in and the water doesn't really have any place to go. One of the things we had with Public Works looked into would be in some of the more rural areas, how they do have the ditches on the side of the road to take the water off the road and transfer it, in a lateral direction.
Well, if we might, Mr. Chinesky, if DPW can go out there, Mr. Messiniak is right, we all traverse that road, and you get a heavy rain, and you get a very, and it's only in that portion, I think, the other side where it can come closer to 524 is fine, but as you're getting to the Route 33 entranceway, and then also to Route 33, it's pretty bad.
Okay. Well, I can tell you one thing, the kids from high school are really running the roads in this corner, all different ways.
We'll have Mr. Chinesky talk about it with the police department to see.
I think you should put a camera on each corner, you'd be surprised what a payroll you would accumulate. Believe me. All right, I'll leave it that way, all right?
Thanks, Mr. Marciniak. All right, that'll close the public portion. Mrs. Shoemaker, you have a question or?
All right, two questions to Stanley and one question to our township man. Stanley, now that I know where you live, you live in that yard where you have a lot of things in the back of the yard, but who lives across the road? I moved here in 1995.
Across the yard?
Across from you. I moved here in 1995, and there was something that's been laying in that lot, looks like, I don't know what, and it's been laying there forever.
It's the windmill.
What's the story with that?
That's his windmill.
It's been laying there since I moved here in 1995.
It's an antique. Tell her, that's an antique, Stanley.
Isn't that, I've always worried about somebody getting hurt on that.
No, you gotta be surprised what they stole out of me. Don't worry about what they're gonna cut.
I'm surprised that's been laying there all that time.
Well,
So
I
that's
just don't
you-
have the time, power, and help right now to do a lot of things.
Question number two, in regards to Stanley's comment on Fairfield Road, can we not, in our design standards, when we lived in Virginia, when a developer came in, they had to put in their, within their application, a certain amount of money, like we bond for certain things. They had to do a certain amount of money based on the size and the dollar amount of the project for road improvements. That's not permitted here in New Jersey yet, is it?
Off-site?
Yeah, like for instance, like for Fairfield Road, that big parcel property was sold to somebody, we have no idea, at one time the soccer stadium was going to go to, there's no...
Those are considered impact fees in New Jersey.
I keep saying I'm going to get that sooner or later.
You have to draw a pretty tight connection between the proposed project and an off-site improvement.
Okay.
That the courts have generally now dismissed, and you have to really focus on the on-site improvements.
So for instance, if a development is crowded into a certain area and it crowds the roads, as many comments are made up here, there's no way that you can adjust that, the impact of it, what it has on the roadway and the for instance, like the lights, that sometimes you have to put in a light because of the traffic.
Right, and that has to be supported by a traffic study and all that, so they're very limited. But I have seen occasions where something like this is pointed out, and a developer will voluntarily, contribute towards addressing it.
Let me just say one more thing. One of the biggest...
Talking to the mic, Stanley.
All right, I'm sorry. One of the biggest happenings by me is the ATVs running around the whole place. A lot of
Because of that
destruction.
back area.
All over. They're all over. The destruction they've done to my flowers is disgusting. And now I see them, besides the deer eating the damn sunflower, they're coming along and clipping their little sunflowers to take home. They say, "Oh, look what I found, look what I brought," you know what I mean? This is what's happening, and then you wonder why I get peed off. I can't help it, you know what I mean?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Marciniak.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Chinesky, is there any other business for this evening?
No, sir.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mayor.
All those in favor? Aye. Have a good night.